Alright. I do believe this is working. Let me try and get this set up. I'm trying to, at the moment, see if I can get this to a point where I can have this story. No, I need this. I hate the way Windows 10 does, like, sizing the windows. Where it's just like, oh, I want to make this half size so I can just, like, extend it a little. Have the chat right here. No, we can't make things easy, because then this automatically goes to half size. Hi! How's it going, everybody? So we're going to switch this to live chat, make sure I'm actually getting everyone's comments. Let me... How are we doing? We're doing alright. Let me see if I can, like... Come on. Yeah, it's been busy. There we go. Okay, copy this. I'll, just talk to you guys for a bit, make sure everyone's getting the streams or the notifications or whatever. I'll post a link on Twitter. Probably on Discord too. Let's just do that right now. And just for shits and giggles, the Beatles, I don't know. I downloaded this like royalty-free kind of ambient beach music and... Oh wait, that's YouTube Studio. Congrats on the gaming channel blowing up. Thank you very much. It's been a bit crazy. Yeah, can I make a community post on the phone? Share a behind-the-scenes photo. No thank you. Let's just try and there we go. Okay. Just want to get as many people in here as possible. TF2 red tape recorder pasta, that's a thing. YouTube live dashboard. Jeff the Killer 2 Electric Boogaloo. That's exactly what this is. Also, why is chat this way? Oh, I think the messages are just fading out with time. Yeah, they fade out pretty quickly, and the chat's... It's fairly slow, which is good, because at least I can actually read it. When I was streaming TF2 on the game channel, it got... Oh, hi, Mr. Motorcycle Man. It got pretty ridiculous. Like, there were so many points where I just could not read chat. Yeah, this is an official sequel to my favorite story, Jeff the Killer 2015. Now, let me just... I, we've just been sitting here fucking around for like 7 minutes now. The creator is here? No, that's the guy who suggested it. He suggested the story in the first place. Yes. Your boy, Ian McDonald, is the reason that that we're reading this today, because ages ago he fucking suggested that I read this crap. He had this as his Patreon suggestion, and now we're reading it. It is cursed, by the way. This is my 3rd time trying to go through this. Something has gone wrong every time. So, I'm just going to give it a shot. First things first. Switch over here. Oh yeah, that's going to need some editing. Try and get some things squared away. Just get the I'm a professional streamy man. Alright, I do believe that takes care of that. This is on the Spin Pasta wiki, by the way. Spin! So I think that's good. That is good. The universe is telling you don't do it. Yes, but money is telling me do it. This is just for like creepypasta spin-offs. So this isn't on the wiki or anything, don't worry. Someone's trying to stop you from reading this, if only. Alright. Shall we get started? Alright. We're starting off with an author's note here. Author's note. Always a good sign. All credit to the characters of Jeff, Lou, Randy, Keith, Troy, and... Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Jane is in this, apparently. Oh, no. Oh, we're off to a rollicking start. Oh, no. Go to the original authors of their respective stories. This is the 2nd installment in my series detailing horrific events that go on to haunt the small town of Mandeville, Louisiana, several years after the incidents of my contest-winning story. Quote-unquote contest-winning story, not rigged at all. Just like the fucking Game Awards, am I right? Heyo. I would like to give a special thanks to Kevin Tierney, whose adaptation of Jane the Killer inspired me to continue this story. No! No! I would also like to thank Kevin, along with Mike Rucker and Travis Cullman, for their assistance in providing feedback and pointing out those pesky typos. Keep that in mind. 3 proofreaders. 3 proofreaders. I've read some of this story. Just a little bit. Because it is long as fuck. This might have to be a 2-stream deal. Which is good because I'm home alone for like 2 days. But hey, I'll try to get through as much as I can in a single sitting. So, I just want to check and make sure that no, okay. Where I'm scrolling is not, where, where anything is being shown on the screen. I may have to zoom out a little bit, so we're gonna get some ugly shit on the sides, but... What the fuck is all that noise outside? Yeah, at least it'll be accurate. Let's just, yeah, I think we're gonna have to just, it's so ugly. That's the only way I can make sure you guys can see the bottom of the screen. Hang on. We at least get that little bullshit off the bottom. I'm a professional streaming man. Okay, so that's good. And you can see some of the other wonderful creepypastas on the side, like Alternate Ending, a Toy Story 3 creepypasta, as Woody is burning in the garbage heap. So, okay, the scrolling shit on the side is also really ugly, but it does give me an opportunity to show you, holy fuck is this story long! Did you get all that? Alright. Shall we begin? F for Woody in chat, boys. He didn't deserve it. He didn't deserve to become a simp. And I can say that word because I'm not on Twitch right now. We're being extra topical today. Hang on. I need to get something to drink. Because I'm going to be talking for a fucking long time. I'm so topical, this stream won't become dated at all. I'm going to turn on my webcam and start Fortnite flossing. Actually, can I, like, change the... No, I don't think I can. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do about this. Like, we're just going to have to deal with it looking kind of ugly. That's fine, that's fine. We deleted you? I didn't even see that one! That's terrible! The Hall of Tortured Souls. Is that Microsoft Excel? Oh boy. Alright, let's just, we've wasted enough fucking time. We're 14 minutes in. Let's actually read the fucking story. Alright. This comes in a series of chapters. It comes in 8 chapters. Here's the first one. Poisoned Fascinations. From the prologue, it's one of those pesky typos. From the prologue to Bowie, what are you doing? Oh, hi, Bowie. Oh, hi, Bowie. He is so fucking big now. Do you not want me to read this? From the prologue to Jeffrey Woods, brother, friend, killer. Actually, there's dashes, so it's more like brother, friend, killer. By Lou Woods. Before we begin this journey, I want it to be known that when I remember my brother Jeff, I remember a friend. I remember a big brother who taught me how to climb a tree, throw a baseball, play video games, and about a million other things. He never beat me up. He never took my share of the spending money our parents would send us off to the mall with, or made me feel like a tag-along when he'd hang out with his friends. Man, my murderer brother was such a cool guy. He was so awesome and, like, completely justified in his actions. Huh, Bowie? Huh, Bobo? He is so... like, he's getting fucking huge. We think he might actually have some kind of thyroid issue because he is constantly hungry. And when he's hungry, he's, like, desperately hungry. So we might have to take him to a vet once we get some money. Hi. He was such a good guy before he became a serial killer at 13. Yeah, basically. He was my best friend. Someone that, should I live to be 100 years old, which I probably won't because my brother is a serial killer, can never be replaced. Lane Dermott turned the key in the door of his mother's modest home in Mandeville, Louisiana. Walking into the foyer of his home, he threw his backpack to the floor, creating a loud thud as the heavy books contained within strike the hardwood floor. God damn, them pesky typos. Them pesky typos. 3 proofreaders. Ah. It's good. It's good. We're having a good time. Lane, what have I told you about throwing your books down like that? We just had the floors done. His mother, Nancy Dermott, scolds, unseen but most certainly heard from the nearby kitchen. Oh, Bowie, where are you going? I'm pissed, Mom, Lane replies, voice laced with the sort of angst that only a teenager who feels slighted by society. Oh, thank you for the $5. Helping toss some money to the vet pen. Thank you so much. Like, everything helps. Also, I don't know if it's, oh, wait, no, I did put the alert box. So is that gonna work? I don't know if it made the noise. Made the notification. Did it? Let me double check this is working. Well, that's working. Huh. I don't know. It should have done the little super chat notification. Let me check the properties. Hang on. Yes, hi Bowie. I mean, this is like the copied source from everything else I've been doing. Hi. Hello. Yeah, it's the default. Media. Yep. Oh well. I don't know why that didn't work. Hi. Yes, hi Bowie. I love you. You can't hear it because of my audio software, but he is purring up a storm right now. All right, yeah, the angst that only a teenager who feels slighted by society can produce. Only the kind of teenager who lives in a society bottom text. Oh my God, Bowie, he's a little terror. His mother lets out a patient sigh. Oh, what happened now, Lane? Are those kids still giving you a hard time at lunch? No, I told you already. I don't care about them. Hello, Pigeon Hunter. Lane's book of poetry, which also doubles. Oh, thanks, Borb. Man. See, this is what I like about this channel. You guys are, like, even after I neglect you for months, you guys are still really nice. Tis the season, glad to hear from you. I'm real thankful for you guys. All right. Lane's book of poetry, which also doubles as his journal, had recently been fished out of his backpack by some mean-spirited peer or... Oh my God! Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Ian McDonald, for the $2. Here's some more money. I'm sorry for this. Wait, no. Uh, I have to read the story. Uh, had recently been fished out of his backpack by some mean-spirited peer or another and shared with the rest of the school. That's basically just the plot to Mean Girls. He'd had some problems with bullying since then, but Nancy had sincerely believed it was starting to slow down. Kids can only stay focused on one thing for so long, in her opinion. And the expiration date on her son's latest abuse should, in her mind anyway, be nearing. Have you been a teenager before? Have you been a fucking teenager? That shit will stick with you for years. Nuh-uh. Hey, Bowie, do you want me to feed you? You probably do. But yeah, like weird wording in general with the whole expiration date, expiry date. It's just a clump of dirt. She had been raising Lane alone for some time now. Paul Dermott, her former husband and Lane's missing in action father, had been out of the picture for the last 4 years or so. Since then, she'd been doing her best to raise and support him, but Lane was not always an easy son to support. His obsession with what his mother thought of as dark things drove a divide between them. He was at an age where he felt she couldn't possibly understand him or his interests. and had quickly established that she was an outsider looking in. No one understands me, Mom. Simple plan intensifies. No, you don't know what it's like to be like me. That's, that is perfect. That is exactly how I imagine this fucking kid. His room adorned with strange books on the occult, disturbing art and posters for strange foreign horror films, caused her to avoid going in there unless absolutely necessary. She tried a time or two to explain to him that perhaps his interest in these disturbing pieces of culture are what caused him to become a target at his school. This, of course, only served to drive a deeper wedge between them, as he would insist that she didn't know or understand him. You don't understand me, Mom! Oh my gosh! Then he slams his door and starts blasting Simple Plan. It's like, this song is about me! Now, on this otherwise lovely day in Mandeville, it would seem that Laundromat had found something new to be furious about. Nancy reached into her purse and fetched her favorite coping mechanism, her bottle of Xanax. Oh, this sounds like a two-pill problem, she thought to herself as she washed the medicine down her throat with a glass of tap water. Don't you know they put chemicals in that turn the frogs gay? Topical! Forcing a smile and resigning herself to play therapist, she proceeded. Come in here and tell me what happened, she called to him. This happened, her son replied, stomping into the kitchen and throwing 2 articles of literature on the breakfast table. Mr. Kimball rejected my book report. He said that the subject matter was inappropriate. God. Nancy looked down at the table and saw the book report, neatly typed and placed into a document binder, and then observed the book that the report had been based upon. She quickly realized that she should have allowed the Xanax a bit more time to start working its euphoric magic before engaging her son. Weird. Don't do that. Weird. Lane, that book is banned in schools, you know that. The school sent out letters informing everyone. Why would you do your report on To Kill a Mockingbird? More topical humor. I can't stop. I'm on a fucking roll. It's freedom of expression, Mom. Why can't any of you understand that? God, it's just. The jokes literally write themselves because they are written in the text. They're just right fucking there. Like, I don't have to do the, gosh, Mom, you don't even understand me, because he said that like 3 fucking times now. You knew he was going to kick that report back, son. Why would you provoke the teacher? Lane had 2 other book reports rejected by his English teacher over the last few months. The first had been based on the longtime band The Anarchist Cookbook, while the other had been on a recently exiled piece of literature called Voodoo and Hoodoo, removed from schools because it allegedly gave step-by-step instructions on how to prepare and cast hexes. Don't worry, Hoodoo is a terrible map anyway. That one's for the TF2 crowd. Y'all get a joke in there, don't worry. Now that the school had blacklisted yet another book, Nancy couldn't even feign shock that Lane had immediately picked it up. What a massive contrarian. She didn't mind that he read the book. She didn't mind that he was interested in its content. But she knew that he intentionally wrote the report just for a reaction from the teacher. That couldn't be denied. Hi. Hi, Bowie. He only bugs me like this when he's hungry. I might have to take a little break and feed him, probably once this chapter's done. Hi. I love you. Nancy picked up the small paperback, gazing at its dark cover. In stark white was the title. The book, an autobiography, hit the bookstores about 2 months ago. Also, is chat frozen for me? Bowie! I can't tell if everyone is really bored or if chat is just frozen on my end. Might be. Okay, good. Wait, okay, we're back. Okay, yeah, I missed a lot apparently. Wow. Create a community TF2 server? I would, but those cost money to maintain every month. I wouldn't be able to do that. Oh, okay. Just as long as you're off the table, I will cuddle you. Okay, where the fuck was I? Nancy picked up the small paperback, gazing at his. Hit the bookstores about 2 months ago. The residents of Mandeville, especially those in positions of power, were not pleased at the content found within the book's pages. Corruption, cover-ups, privileged families, privileged white people, money, abuse, and murder were the main themes. Mandeville was made to look like a haven for the wealthy and a pit of inequity for those without it. That is literally just the entire United States. The entire world, really. I shouldn't be selective. Her former husband's name appeared a few times throughout. He'd been the assistant director of internal affairs for the Mandeville police at the time, and the author of this book had not been kind to the authorities in his telling of the events from 4 summers ago, back in 2015. They were ahead of the times with the whole ACAB thing, huh? More topical jokes. Can you imagine Jeff the Killer in like a fucking Antifa mask? He's got a fucking bike lock in his hands, like, ACAB, pig! Fucking beats the shit out of him. Jeffrey Woods, Brother, Friend, Killer. Brother, Friend, Killer, by Lou Woods. It's part of this town's history, Mom. Why is it okay for us to learn about all the other horrible events of our past, but I can't write about this? This story just hits too close to home for too many of us, Lane, Nancy stated. She was feeling her temper start to rise a bit. Not just because her defiant son once again found a way to irritate his teacher, but because the events listed in the book in her hands had partially led to her husband leaving her and Lane behind. Lane would have likely been shocked to learn that his mother had purchased a copy of the same book his rejected report had also been based upon. Nancy, like so many other residents of Mandeville, had been deeply impacted by the actions of Jeffrey Woods. Following the brutal slaughter of his parents, the brutal, totally justified by the way slaughter, Jeff Woods had gone on to kill 4 more people before he finally vanished for good. I'm sure those were also completely justified. Because Jeff, as we know, Jeff the Killer is an innocent angel who can do no wrong. Nancy hadn't personally known any of the victims, but in a town as small as Mandeville, she'd at least walked past them once or twice at the grocery store or the park. After killing his parents, Jeff the Killer targeted Officer Donald Williamson. What a fucking name. Of the Mandeville Police Department. He'd been the officer who first investigated Jeff Woods for fighting with 3 other kids in the parking lot of the village shopping center. He'd also been involved in the investigation of the now infamous flare gun incident in Randy Hayden's garage. Okay, I just want to point out, like, I've seen a video of someone actually getting shot with a flare gun. It doesn't burn you. Hang on. Let me try and bring the video up. Hang on. We're getting some background music. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Oh wait, I actually need to sign in for this. Oh, chat disappeared. Oh no, wait, that's just the YouTube. Okay, give me a second. Yes, hello, hello, Bowie. Yes, I love you. Ba. Oh, Bo. Oh! Alright. Let me see about... Window capture... Add a new source. Nope. Okay. Video is age restricted. Just letting you guys know. Love this guy. I think this is like the only video he made too.
Oh my god, I got you dead center.
Thank God he said aim lower, or he might have gotten shot in the neck. It left a dent in him. That is right on the sternum.
That's gonna be brutal.
Anywhere else, that could have killed him.
Yeah, that was.
Also, he has a fucking Gur tattoo.
How much pain are you in right now on a scale of 1 to 10? Well,
And that's a 7. That ain't even that bad.
that was a bad idea. That was a really bad idea.
I love that guy. Okay, back to what I was doing. Yeah, he is so fucking lucky to be alive. Alright, get that out of the way. We don't need that anymore. We're back to the story. So yeah, at least he didn't use the scorch shot. Ah, boy. Alright, let me just check chat. What did I miss? So yeah. In trying to be more accurate than the original Jeff story, it's still inaccurate. Flare guns, like, don't burn you. They just, like, they punch holes in you. Obviously not with the same effectiveness as an actual gun. But I mean, the flare is the bullet, essentially. It's the projectile being fired out of it. It's in a shell, kind of like a shotgun. It's just, designed to be a flare. It's not designed to, like, penetrate and to kill stuff. But it still can. Because it's like, it's a hunk of fucking shit flying at, like, 500 miles an hour or something. That guy's lucky to be alive. Anyways, back to the story. I mean, he tried, but really, Jeff should have just wound up with a fucking hole in his head. If it hit his eye, he would have died. At least probably died. Anyways. Lou Woods had the following to say about Williamson in his book. From Chapter 4, Corruption in Uniform. Never in my life would I have believed the corrupt small-town cop archetype, stereotype, could exist in such a larger-than-life capacity. He was very, very fat. Donald Williamson, my brother's third victim, embodied so much of the corruption that one would almost think... Every time this line gets me. One would almost think him a work of poorly written fiction. And it's like, you're clearly being self-aware here that the original story was a piece of shit. Because it was. I'm not making any bones about that. I never will. Jeff 2015 fucking sucks. It's terrible. It's just awful. And like, if the writer's being self-aware of that here, it's kind of like, yeah, but you still wrote it. You're still writing a follow-up to it. It can't just be like, oh, yeah, that was that bad thing I wrote. Put that behind me. No, you're continuing it. And it's just like, hey, we're poking fun at ourselves. That means it's not bad, right? No, not really. Like, bringing attention to the fact that what you're writing is garbage really only works in comedy, I think. And Jeff the Killer, the tone of the original wasn't meant to be comedic. It ended up that way. It absolutely ended up that way. 2015 ended up being that way by being like weirdly sexual in the dialogue, like just the writing style in general. But it's like this one also seems to be like the tone here isn't satirical. It's not really a parody. It's just sort of kind of boring. So I'm guessing it's trying to be serious, but it's so mundane. So like this is not how you like the author has failed so far to hook me. Like I'm just not interested. Yeah, not an intentional comedy. Um, poorly written fiction. Sorry, I've been talking for a little bit. My throat's already fucking up. The woman at the video store called the police about the fight, and it was none other than Williamson who was assigned to investigate. He blamed my brother and I for the entire incident. He insisted that our failure to chain up our bikes somehow justified Randy, Keith, and Troy for taking them for a joyride. Kind of like how the author uh, somehow justifies Jeff's parents being fucking awful as perfect reason to kill them. He said that the witnesses saw Jeff take the first swing at Troy. After Upon reviewing the police report that was made public long after the incident took place, it was revealed that only the video store clerk witnessed the event. Her statement indicated that she saw a group of boys fighting in the parking lot. At no time does it specify that my brother instigated the altercation. No, I'm not invested in a whiny teenager and his occult dealings. I'm not. I'm just fucking not. It's it's just dull. And it's like all these new characters that have immediately made it so that, oh, wow, I don't care about any of this. Williamson would later be called to investigate the fight at Randy's home, the injury with the flare gun, and the ultimate blinding and disfigurement inflicted upon my brother. It was reported that Jeff shot himself in the face with the flare gun. Williamson once again worked his skills at corruption. Rather than investigating the incident, he merely took Randy's statement. Paramedics on the scene later stepped forward and admitted that Williamson could be seen coaching Randy, Keith, and Troy as they wrote their statements, practically feeding them their lines like a stage director in a play. Randy, Keith, and Troy are crisis actors! Sandy Hook never happened! The monetization on this fucking stream is gone. It's just gone. I may as well just start saying the N-word. The next victim my brother would take was likely the only truly innocent one to fall. Oh no. Guys, Jeff. Jeff isn't a perfect angel. He killed someone innocent. No. No. Oh, right. Fucking chat went to top chat instead of live chat. I hate that shit. Benny Rosenberg, of Benny and the Jets, chief editor of the NOLA Watch, had been contacted by Jeff about 2 weeks after the murder of Williamson. By this time, the photograph taken of Jeff by Williamson's son had made the national headlines. The picture, accompanied by USA Today labeling Jeff the Killer, had by now turned my brother into a national sensation. But why? Why did it do that? Is it just because he's like a killer and he's ugly? Do you know how many people have like killed their parents and like not become media sensations? Like, do you know? Like, it's the same fucking it's the same fucking shit I talked about like 4 years ago now, where it's like Jeff really isn't that remarkable a serial killer. He's just not. He has a kitchen knife and he stabs people. Wow, really interesting. And he has plot armor, so he gets to get away with it all the time. Cool. It's boring. Jeff the Killer is fucking boring. Ugh. Questions were being asked now, and I have no doubt in my mind that Randy Hayden's father, along with officials in the Mandeville Police Department, were scrambling to keep many of the facts of the case hidden. The Mandeville police were only giving cookie-cutter answers, usually falling back on the excuse that all the facts would be revealed once the case was closed. No one close to the investigation would speak in any detail, and tough questions were often directed to the MPD's Public Affairs Department, which somehow never seemed to have their telephone staff. Coincidence? I think not. Phone messages were left unanswered. Reporters were ignored, and everyone seemed to be in too much of a rush to stop and talk. Fucking unemployment is the same way right now. Are you kidding me? That's not a conspiracy. The encounter between my brother and Rosenberg is one that is well documented now. The tape recording that Rosenberg had been using to conduct the interview returned to the NOLA Watch about a week or so after Rosenberg's death. The Nazcan, don't you know? A cab. All cops are bastards. Also, I don't even know if you can hear me clapping it. Like, don't you know? It's all just bullshit. Monica Davenport. What a name! Who'd been the assistant editor, released the tapes in her own news documentary. Jeff Woods, the killer speaks. The recordings, the only known testimonial by Jeff himself, tell of the real encounters with Randy and his friends. This serial killer. I'm sorry. It's just like, oh man, we got the serial killer side of the story now. Now everything's coming together. Fuck you. Give me a fucking break. The tapes reveal how Williamson worked to whitewash the investigation and served to cast further doubt on Randy's explanation of events with the flare gun. The tapes were released after the investigations in the MPD, and Maxwell Hayden had already begun to be looked into. However, they helped to shed light on other corrupt actions committed by Mandeville officials. Okay, and I noticed this like the last time I was reading it. This is not italicized, but this is still part of the book. Like it clearly is. And then it goes back to being italicized and back to unitalicized. Why? Like this is a formatting issue and not like a story or grammatical issue. But it'll still confuse basically everyone on their first read through because they think they're back to what's her name's perspective. Because that's who we were when we left off. Rosenberg's death, for example, was not made public for almost 24 hours. The police on the scene claimed that they couldn't identify Rosenberg and had to conduct lab testing to uncover his identity. However, Monica Davenport, who'd actually contacted the police, testified that she'd given the 911 dispatcher Rosenberg's full name and had even explained why he was out in Mandeville that night. It is believed that due to Rosenberg's connection with my brother, the MPD were instructed to keep the matter quiet for as long as possible to protect the slowly recovering image of the town. The police did not want to have to admit that Jeff Woods was still on the loose 2 weeks after his last murder. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing that is currently bugging me about this story. It's like the whole police cover-up thing. If you have evidence of one corrupt cop, and that like comes out as public, the police will usually just fire the guy. They're not like, oh man, we have to fucking protect him, cover this up, maintain the image of the town. Like, I understand that the whole town is under, like, the thumb of Randy's dad or whatever, but what, the whole police department has to take the fall for this? That's ridiculous. I understand he's rich. He's not Microsoft. He's not literally above the law. And really, that's just kind of stupid anyway. Because I don't even think that the original story fucking explained exactly what he did. He's just like, oh, he's a big business dude. And he's got a lot of money. Okay. Ugh. And yeah, his son goes to a public school. What is happening in this fucking world? This is just like the normal ass real world, and it makes no sense. Yeah, Bleach. The answer to everything is Bleach. He's threatened to. Randy's dad has threatened to pour a bunch of bleach into the water supply to turn everyone into serial killers. They're putting bleach in the water supply to turn the frickin' frogs into fish face serial killers. Look at retard. Oh my god. There is also a darker conspiracy that I can only call such because no further evidence was ever discovered. However, considering the tainted reputation and obvious corruption within Mandeville, it stands to mention anyway. According to one of the EMTs on scene, Rosenberg was still alive when the police first arrived. She believes that the MPD acted immediately. Oh, she believes that had the MPD acted immediately, Rosenberg could have survived his attack by Jeff. He's a bleach seller. He owns the bleach factory. He's the CEO of Clorox. Oh my god. The official police report states that when officers arrived, they did not initially see Rosenberg's body due to the lack of streetlights in the area. They claim to have searched the exterior of the small building where Rosenberg and Jeff conducted their interview. When the police officer on scene claimed to hesitate to enter the building until he was able to confirm with his watch commander whether or not a warrant should be needed to enter. Someone would have survived if the police, like, gave a fuck. It's kind of like 9/11, where it's like, oh hey, if the Bush administration had listened to the CIA and put the government on high alert, then the 9/11 attacks just wouldn't have happened. But he let it happen anyway because they really wanted to invade Iraq. Yeah, flashlights, search dogs, all of the many, many things that police will use to actually find someone. And it's just, no, I'm scared. There's a 13-year-old boy around here. He might have a kitchen knife. I hate this street. Davenport lambasts the police on this, as the regulations clearly stated that entering a building without a warrant is lawful, so long as the officers have suspicion that a crime has taken place inside said building. That is actually true. Furthermore, the door of the building was ajar at the time of the officers' arrival, and shining a flashlight into the door would have immediately revealed Rosenberg's body. Once the larger conspiracy began to become public knowledge, the rumors continued to evolve that the police didn't want Rosenberg to survive the injury due to the knowledge he'd gained from speaking to Jeff. The unthinkable, unknowable knowledge that drives men to madness. They know the name of H.P. Lovecraft's cat. Lou Wood's book cataloged the next victims in a similar fashion. Okay, wait. Which parts of these are from the book or not? Because these are clearly from the book. They're just not properly italicized. Now I'm genuinely confused as to what is and is not part of the book. Because this seems to be just like sort of omniscient narrator. But this seems to still be part of the book. Keith Jacobson and Troy Lockett were Jeff's next victims. This took place 2 weeks after the death of Williamson, and a night after the death of the journalist from New Orleans. Had the Mandeville police not worked so hard to keep the death of Bernie Rosenberg quiet, perhaps Keith and Troy's parents could have done something to protect them. They would have at least known that Jeff was still in the area. However, with Rosenberg's death still not officially reported, the town was starting to relax again. Phew! What a relief! That crazy killer probably just fucked off on his own to go live in the woods or something. Perhaps they all believed it was over with the murder of Williamson. Three proofreaders. Three! Three fucking proofreaders. The never-ending story. The book and the real world are bleeding into each other. The double homicide took place at Keith Jacobson's home. Investigators believe that Jeff was able to gain entry into the house because he was a vampire through an unlocked patio door. Heath was found brutally stabbed to death in the kitchen of his home. It is believed that Troy overheard the commotion and from the second floor of the home. Wait, are you fucking kidding me? It is believed that Troy overheard the commotion and from the second floor of the home and was in the process of descending the stairs to investigate. Three fucking proofreaders. His body was found at the base of the stairs, his death also caused by multiple stab wounds. Randy Hayden, who instigated violence in the encounter with Jeff and I at the video store, and who is also believed to have set up the attack on Jeff at his home on the day of the flare gun injury, was the only one to escape Mandeville alive. His parents, Bridget and Maxwell Hayden, discovered that their wealth and influence could not protect their son from the ramifications of his actions. When will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences? Randy Hayden and his family moved at once. A moving company was contracted to collect their belongings. It is believed that Randy Hayden and his parents went into witness protection. A moving company was hired to pack their home for them, as they were likely advised to avoid Mandeville until Jeff was captured. A Carl that kills people. Why is there a video store? Yeah, this took place in fucking 2015. There ain't no video stores anymore. No, the vampire thing was just a joke, because vampires need to be invited in. It was, in fact, the movers who would end up uncovering the massive cover-up and outright lies committed by Maxwell Hayden, along with the Mandeville Police Department. Nance... Wait. No! Look! Look at this shit! Now we're clearly out of the book because we're talking about Nancy. It's still fucking italicized! Oh. The last blockbuster. Nancy felt her anger boil at this point. Before Jeff Woods and his family moved to Mandeville, she'd had a great life, her husband being a high-ranking member of the Mandeville Police. Ow, 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 ow! Biting me! Why are you biting me? You giant butthole. She had a great life. Her husband, being a high-ranking member of the Mandeville Police, mentioned that she'd enjoyed a certain degree of comfort within the city limits. Speeding tickets did not exist in Nancy's vocabulary, nor did parking fines or the need to always ensure that she was sober while driving. Fuck you. Oh my god, what a bitch. Oh no, I can't get away with committing crimes anymore because my husband is gone. What a fucking cunt. Fuck you. I'm glad your son hates you. Most of the officers knew who her husband was, and if they didn't, they would learn soon enough should they decide to issue her any form. What a fucking simp. She'd become accustomed to this, and therefore was not prepared for the public shaming that was soon to follow. Oh my god, what a terrible fucking person. Yeah, my cat's right next to me. I'm gonna feed him once this chapter is done, because he only gets like this when he's hungry. Isn't that right, Bo? Isn't that right? The book went on. I will never understand why those that commit crimes record them. Perhaps there is a foolish undertone within all criminal actions that compels the guilty to leave those little breadcrumbs. Perhaps it is simply hubris. Maxwell Hayden had in fact instructed his company's director of loss prevention to supervise the movers personally on each of the 3 days they were packing up the home. However, no one can be everywhere at once, and even under the watchful eye of Hayden's watchdog, guard dog, whatever, the movers were able to strike gold. My personal belief is that the loss prevention associate was busy watching over the jewelry and other valuables. He likely never thought that the real buried treasure would be found in a simple leather-bound day planner left in plain sight on Hayden's nightstand. Uh, the cat is. I mean, why would the cat enjoy this in any capacity? It's fucking Jeff the Killer. Huh. Huh, Boshu. Huh, Bobby. According to the mover, he'd picked up the planner and stuffed it into his pocket so that he could pick up the nightstand and carry it out of the room. By his own admission, he had no interest in the book. However, upon returning to his home that night after a long day of moving furniture, the mover discovered he'd forgotten to remove the planner from his pocket. Okay, here's the thing. If you can hire people that are like watching over the movers as they move shit, then why would you not have them inspect the movers as they're leaving? Like, give them a pat down. I mean, you clearly have Microsoft money. You can clearly do this. You have the entire town under your fucking thumb. Isn't that right, Bowie? Unfucking real. The mover reported taking the planner to Hayden's office building and leaving it at the receptionist's desk. From there, the chain of custody is unknown. That is, until it appeared again in the hands of the local media. By the time the small day planner made its rounds, it had visited the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Louisiana State Justice Department, the Attorney General's office, and about half a dozen other organizations. So literally all anyone had to do was just tell on him. All right. Go to Skeet. The little day planner contained meetings and lunches scheduled between Maxwell Hayden and Paul Dermott, who at that time was the Assistant Director of Internal Affairs for the Mandeville Police Department. The meetings all took place after the initial fight between Randy and Jeff in the shopping center parking lot. Other members of the Mandeville Police were penciled in for lunch or dinner, including Donald Williamson himself. Under my thumb was Mick Jagger, not Bowie. Bowie, do you want to contest to that? Hmm? He's so happy. This sparked enough red flags for the powers that be that existed above or beyond Hayden's influence to dig deeper. By then, questions were already being whispered about anyway. The physician at the hospital, Dr. Reynaldo Diaz, had already demanded a couple ballistics reports from the day of the flare gun incident. Oh, a complete ballistics report, sorry. He did not believe, based on the angle of the wounds across Jeff's face, that the injury could be self-inflicted. He'd informed authorities that he'd initially waited on filing the formal request for the report because he'd assumed the police would have further investigated Randy's questionable explanation on their own. It wasn't until he realized that wasn't going to happen that he'd taken it a step further. Okay, it is very fortunate that this physician has like experience with gunshot wounds. And like not just gunshot wounds, but like basically forensics. Because that's what this is. A physician isn't like, oh, here's how the guy got shot. It's more like, I have to treat this guy that got shot. Like, how it entered, like, how the person got wounded is rarely of concern. Unless it, like, informs how you're going to precede them, I guess. Like, operate on them. Yeah, not just gunshot wounds, a flare gun wound. Like, how would you even be able to tell if in this universe flare guns like burn people as if it's TF2 and don't just like put a dent in you? And even then, you've got pretty good coverage for your face. You know what I mean? I can self-inflict a gunshot wound basically anywhere on my face from a lot of angles. Like either hand, I'll take it. I saw an episode of Forensic Files this one time where they totally believe that this lady's husband killed her, but it turns out that she like did a self-inflicted shotgun like suicide by putting the like barrel of the gun up to her and like pulling the trigger with her feet. Like not just up to her, like up to her stomach. That was the weird part. Cuz not many people commit suicide by shooting themselves in the stomach, even with a shotgun, which would just like blow a hole in you. Hi. Hi, Bowie. Oh, no, not the tummy. Not the tummy. That makes you bitey. That makes you bitey. So yeah, a physician really shouldn't also be a forensic scientist. If you want, like, uh, it just bugs me. Anyways, to accompany this allegation, Hayden's planner showed a lunch schedule with the Manville Police Department's Director of Crime Scene Investigation, Laura Dubois. The MPD went on to deny Diaz's request for further information, instead assuring him that the matter was being fully investigated by their own personnel. Nothing personnel, kid. That's the department, the nothing personnel. Once the planner was thoroughly analyzed, the deluge of federal investigators fell on Mandeville like a plague of locusts. The MPD was gutted, and with all the top brass either resigning or being forced out. Many officials admitted to being bribed by Maxwell Hayden, while others attempted to claim they were blind, that they were unable to decide if he truly was. Hang on, I lost my space because chat flickered. If he was truly a mastermind or simply a patsy. No indictments were made, and Dermott quickly resigned his post and left Mandeville. His wife received divorce papers in the mail sometime shortly after he'd left the town. His excuse was he needed to start over from scratch and could not drag his family through the mud with him. 3 proofreaders. 2. Who in one paragraph? Fuck you. Boo, boo, boo. Don't worry, I think this chapter is almost over. Oh yeah, it's just about over. This destroyed us, you know that? Nancy suddenly shouted, causing her son to startle a bit in surprise. Oh, it flickered because like the stream went off. What the fuck? Are we live still? Where is... We're still good, right? I think we are. Okay, just checking, because it like reset for some reason. Now it says I've only been live for like a minute 30 seconds. Maybe YouTube had another fucky uppy. Okay. This destroyed us, you know that? Nancy suddenly shouted, causing her son to startle a bit in surprise. Jeff Woods caused more problems for this city than I can count. That's why this book is banned at your school, because we want this forgotten. We don't want Jeff the Killer to be part of our history. Elaine began to argue back, perhaps to point out some hypocritical notion that his mother or his teacher was falling victim to. But Nancy continued to rant, giving Lane no time to speak. Your father had to leave because of this, left us here to fend for ourselves. Max Hayden, that bastard, cut some sort of deal, testified against the city that he'd called home for so long. If with a new probably getting ready to start calling good identity, and he'll never have to face the consequences that you and I did, Lane. And now, 4 years later, when the dust has finally settled just a bit, when people no longer look at me and see Paul DeMott's wife, when people no longer whisper about me when I turn down the aisle at the store, now this fucking book comes out. Everything that I've worked so hard to leave behind now brought back to life for the world to gawk at once again. Fuck. Was that all one sentence? Fuck me. Nancy was crying now. I care so much. Lane, trapped in that realm between the sympathy he felt for his mother and the anger that he still harbored for his book report being denied, simply exited the kitchen with no further commentary on the matter. He'd returned to his bedroom and took to the internet to voice his rage instead. He logged onto his Facebook profile and began a long rant about censorship, freedom of speech, corruption, and the hypocritical world that he was forced to exist in. He went into vivid detail about Lou Wood's book, and how Jeff the Killer was the only thing that put Mandeville, Louisiana on the map, about how his teacher was simply afraid of the truth, and so on it went. After Lane Dermott felt that his work in the field of exposing social injustice was done for the day, he collapsed on his bed and dozed off, still brooding over the unfair nature of life. All right. Short break. Gotta feed the cat. Gotta go to the bathroom. We'll be right back. Oh, fuck, I missed the super chat. Take this money invested into purchasing the game of the century, The Last of Us 2. Oh, good. Thanks, Vince. Okay, we're back. Let's head back over here and begin chapter 12. Death visits. I tell you, there is not a lot to drink in here. Oh yeah, Vince, if you want to try doing that JoJo thing you were talking about, I'll be free for the next couple days. I don't know how long I'm gonna continue this stream for. I think I said there were like 8 chapters, so we'll see if we can get through 4 today. It's taken us like an hour to get through 1. So let's keep going, see what happens. Bing bada boom. Death visits. Several hours later, he was awoken by a commotion from outside his bedroom. The faded light coming in through the window told Lane that it was late in the evening. There was suddenly a loud crash, followed by what he thought just might be soft cries. The whimpering tone sounded as though it belonged to his mother. Lane stood from his bed and placed his ear to the door. He was now certain that the voice belonged to his mother. At first, he didn't react. Over the years since her husband left, she'd fallen into bouts of depression, and it was not too uncommon for her to suddenly begin to cry with no apparent provocation. The crashing sound, though, that was something new. It had been too loud to just be a simple plate falling and shattering, or a picture dropping from the wall. I won't, get through 4 chapters? Oh, God. Oh, right, my dogs are outside. Oh, man. Thank you for the super chat. Naki Hollis. Hi, Fasas. Watching this while I'm sick, not COVID, thank God. Love your videos, keep up the good work. Can't wait for you to fight that apple. We'll get there one day. I owe you guys at the very least that much. The story drains any interest you have. I'm already starting to feel that, and I'm not even 2 chapters in. Ah. Slowly Lane cracked the bedroom door open. Now it's working! Now it's working. Alright, well, I'll take what I can get. I'm gonna close out of that window. I just got the shit scared out of me. Delayed as fuck forces. Maybe it's working now that the live stream reset. I don't know. Please, please don't hide us. Please just leave. Lane looked around his room for something, anything that could be used to defend himself. 3 proofreaders. However, it had gotten dark outside, and he didn't want to risk turning on his bedroom light and alerting whoever was terrifying his mother that he was back there. He didn't have a cellular phone or a landline in his bedroom. He didn't have a cellular phone. He didn't have a cell phone in his bedroom. Why? And with nothing immediately visible to use for self-defense, his only options were to stay hidden or to go out and see what was happening. He could have likely stood in his doorway and debated this all night, but suddenly his mother screamed, raising her voice from the sheepish tone she'd been uttering her pleas to a full-on sound of terror and panic. No! Please, no! Oy vey! The voice of Nancy carried back to Lane. Lane exited his bedroom and stepped to the darkening hallway of his home. What little light still came through the windows was that dull orange that only late twilight could produce. The house was small, and within a few steps he knew he'd be able to see into the living room. Still looking around for any means of self-defense, Lane's eyes fell to the small wooden stand that sat in the hallway of their home. Three proofreaders. Their phone stand, that was never used for a phone since the only jack was located in the living room, contained a small shelf underneath its base. Sometimes his mother would keep her few sewing instruments in there. He knew there was needles and thread. I'm gonna kill myself. But what he now prayed for was her sharp sewing shears. That's a tough one to say. That's a tongue twister. They sprung to mind because Lane was told from the time he was a small child that they were dangerous, sharp as knives. Every time he touched them, as far back as he could recall, Nancy felt it was her duty to remind him to be careful. See my tweet on Twitter about the Sonic.exe remake? Yeah, I tried to read the Sonic.exe remake once. It didn't go well. I let too many people in. It was just pure chaos. As silently as possible, Lane opened the drawer, feeling a degree of gratitude at how silent the shelf glided out. Look down, he saw. Just. Three proofreaders. Three fucking proofreaders. I just want to die. Look down, he saw that the long scissors were in fact in the drawer. Being careful not to make a sound, he drew them out and with a shaky sigh of nerves, once more began to move towards the sound of his mother begging. Oh no, he's hot! No, I'm not. Quarantine beard. Yeah, I haven't shaved in 9 months. Lane slowly peeked into the room, his eyes growing enormous and his heart freezing in place at the sight before him. His mother, cowering on the sofa, pushed back as far into the backrest as anyone could. Oh no, wait. His mother, cowering on the sofa, pushed back as far into the backrest as anyone could, was holding her hands up in a pleading gesture. Okay, that's fine. It's a bit run-on-y, but it's fine. She was crying loudly. That is the opposite of a run-on sentence. I always thought you were 7 feet tall. I'm like 5'9". I'm gonna need something else to drink soon. Why do you read these stories? Because I'm a masochist. Anyways, why weren't you wearing your smoky hat? Oh my god. Smoky! Oh, there's my other baby. Smokey! He's back, boys! I got him out of storage. And I never wear him. It looks just as ridiculous with headphones on. Alright, I gotta take this thing off. It's ridiculous. But yeah. You still haven't eaten the hat. Okay, I think the author's name was Natalie before she transitioned. So I don't have to eat the hat. That counts. Anyways, where the fuck were we? Right, she was crying loudly. This sight alone, though, is not what pulled Lane from his former state of cautious fear and into a new state of crippling panic. He'd seen his mother break down and cry many times, especially during the first year that his father left. No, it was the source of her current horror that froze Lane in his tracks. Does the hat still tell you things about wildfires? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. When is your next creepypasta review? I have no idea. I really don't know. It's just gonna be whenever I can, honestly. It stood close to 6 feet tall, dressed in ragged clothing with long, filthy black hair partially hiding one side of its face, and with a long kitchen knife gripped in its hand. It was tilting its head back and forth, almost as though it were some curious animal trying to figure out the best place to strike its prey first. It would change position before the sofa every few seconds, as though attempting to further torment Nancy, or unsure of when and from where it would strike. Lane was taking another step closer, and suddenly the ghoulish intruder looked up at him. It was a ghoul. It was a ghoul. It was a spooky ghost. Oh, fuck me. I think my dog got out. Hang on. Hang on. Explain to me because you have food in your bowl right now. Okay. Sorry, my dogs can open the fucking gate, so. What the fuck did I miss? How does it feel to be shorter than Jeff the Killer? Feels bad, man. Okay, so we're back. It was at the moment that Lane found himself trapped deep. It was at the moment. This is the one moment. The only one that's ever existed. Favorite fast food restaurant? I like In-N-Out. It's like, for the price, the best burgers you can get. Like, everyone in California acts like In-N-Out is the greatest thing ever. It's not. Like, it's not the greatest thing ever, but for the price, it is about the best burger you can get. Because there's other really good burger places, but they're way more fucking expensive. Below that, maybe Jack in the Box, maybe Carl's Jr. or Hardee's, whatever the fuck you guys call it over there. Okay, where the fuck was I? But yeah, the moment that Lane found himself trapped deeply between disbelief and amazement. The face staring at him from across his living room was far too iconic to mistake. Guys, it's him! It's the real Jeff the Killer! Big Pog! Let's fucking go! From one side, an almost sane eye locked in. A smile formed as it realized it had trapped Lane in fear. The other side of its face, though, that was something drawn perhaps on the tapestries of hell. I'm sorry, that's just funny to me. Like, hell is this nice little hotel. It's got some tapestries with just this dude's fucking face on it. Like, I've played Doom, I've seen hell. Hell is way more visually appealing than this shit. The eye was nothing more than a milky white bulb. Lane felt that this was what the eyes of some monstrous creature might develop should it spend its life swimming about in the pits of the Mariana Trench. Oh, Habit. Yeah, that's also a good place. Habit is also really good. From the mouth to the eye was a long healed, yet still quite pronounced scar. The scar stopped briefly at the blank eye, but began again above the eyebrow, traveling up the forehead and onto the scalp. When are we getting Doom Guy and Smash? I want Doom Guy and Smash so fucking bad now. Like, now that I've played Doom and Doom Eternal, it's like, I really want him in. Like, I know he's got an M-rated game that's super violent and full of demons or whatever. I don't care. I want him in Smash. I don't even play Smash. I just want him in. It's better than Sephiroth. Can you guys believe that Genophag's got just blown the fuck out? Utterly devastated. Also, I think I have to refresh chat again. Yeah. Oh, okay, I think we're good. Uh, there we will be good once chat comes back. Chat. Here, chat. Come here. Hang on. Let me just go to this shit. Watch my own stream while I'm streaming. This shouldn't be weird. Oh, my internet's being fucky, I think. Any fucking day now, just load something. Bro, what the fuck? Okay, there we go. Jesus Christ. Yeah, everyone's like, oh, Bayonetta, Solid Snake therein. Doom is a different kind of M, I think. Also, hang on, I think I gotta do the pop-out chat for this. Just get it in the right little window. Set. Nope. Nope. Okay, it's not even back on here, where I've been reading it the whole fucking time. That's amazing. Technical problems. I am a streamer. Give me a second. Everything is being so fucking slow. I don't even know what's going on. This is what I'm talking about. This story is fucking cursed. Every time I even try, things just go wrong. Okay, here we go. Here we go. It's back up. It's yeah, when are we gonna get Abby in Smash? Doom guy is a sex symbol. Okay. Fuck. I think we're good. I think we're okay. Slowly raised the scissors to chest level, now gripping them with both hands. Understandably, Lane could not overcome the pure shock of finding one of the decade's most infamous serial killers standing in his living room. Infamous serial... It's like, understandably. Please understand, reader. Jeff the Killer is really scary. Fuck off. Oh, thank you again, Naki Hollis. I really hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Hey, Fish, sorry for hogging the chat, but one more question. If you please, what advice would you give an aspiring writer? Um, oh god, that's a tough one. Just be creative, I think. Be creative, always keep trying. And it's just like, I'm trying to think of something that isn't super general. Like, be creative, follow your dreams. But it's just like, if you do put your work out there, then like, take the critical comments to heart. Don't take them personally. And just try to improve on what people take issue with. Like, even if it's just one person saying it, that one person might be right. So it's just like, take everything into consideration. The internet can be a mean place, but it can also be a helpful place. I'm trying to be more helpful. I'm sorry. Livestream just did a thing. Like, are we still even good? Like, Streamlabs has not refreshed the chat at all. But whatever. From Chapter 7, Denial and Truth. The Fate of My Brother. What used to keep me up at night most often, what caused me the most regret and pain, was the fact that I slept through Jeff's farewell. I only vaguely remember it now. My brother waking me up in the middle of the night. Oh wait, my brother waking me up telling me that I was free now. I remember feeling annoyed because, well, who enjoys being woken up in the middle of the night? I remember he told me that he loved me and that I was his best friend. I remember saying something like, I love you too. Let me go back to sleep. Or something to that effect. Go back to sleep? Go to sleep? Hmm. When I woke up the next morning, I just got up and started my normal routine. It wasn't until I was walking down the stairs toward the kitchen that I realized that the house was too quiet. How it randomly ended? Oh, god damn it. Let me check the stream page, make sure everything's alright. This is fucking annoying that I have to do this. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with my internet connection. I'm real sorry. It's cursed! I'm fucking telling you guys, it is cursed. It's not even the PC, it's the internet. My PC is fine. It's not amazing or anything, but like it's serviceable. It's functional. It does what I need it to do. Except for right now, where it's just like, ugh. Didn't want to open up Steam. It really doesn't. Oh my god, this is terrible. I can't even load the video. TF2 frame rate, it usually goes up to like, it's usually in the hundreds. Depends. It's a long ass story. Buckle up. We're 2 out of 8 chapters in. Our mother always had the television on in the living room during the day. It was almost 10 a.m., and the house was silent. It would still be another hour before I started to open up my parents' bedroom door. And it's like, yeah. It's like, so back at the book now? Yeah. It's like that barnyard. It's like, oh, hey, this was from Sally, age 14. Dear Pig, aren't you interrupting the story at the most suspenseful part? And the answer to that is yes, Sally. Yes, I am. Keep those letters coming. It's like we've just done that, but played completely straight. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Okay, on my phone, it seems to be working. I swear. I fucking swear. Am I getting DDoS right now? This is such a fucking disaster. How is Lou not dead? Oh, he didn't kill him at the end of 2015. He just didn't. Cause Jeff the killer, serial killer, murderer, actually a nice guy. He's a real sweet kid. Deep at heart. Okay, like on my phone, this is working fine. Hang on, this might be weird. Let me see if I can turn my audio up. Yep, working on my phone. That was a great. Screen looks like blurry car. Like, is this a YouTube thing? I can't even tell. Hang on, let me connect. Because I'm on the fucking. Wait. Connect to the Wi-Fi if I fucking can. This is so terrible. Okay, connected to my internet right now. Again, great line. But yeah, it seems to be working now. So, I'm just gonna continue. The rest of that week is still a blur in my mind. I remember the police arriving, my parents being taken out, wrapped in white sheets. I was sure that Jeff had been kidnapped by whoever murdered our parents. Of course, I'd remembered him waking me up with his cryptic goodbyes, but when it's your brother, a trusted face you've known your entire you, you our entire life, it's not exactly easy to apply that person to murder. Christ alive. However, once the murder of Williamson took place, once the tabloids labeled him Jeff the Killer, well, by then it was pretty much impossible to deny. As we all know, the tabloids, great source of news. Once Monica Davenport released the Jeff tapes, well, denial was all I had left. After the murders of Keith and Troy, though, well, that was it. Months rolled on into years, and pretty soon, Jeff was becoming a forgotten entity. By then, I'd moved from Louisiana. I had family in Texas, an aunt and uncle. They were very compassionate. They understood what I'd gone through and let me pretty much spend the next year healing. I can still remember sitting up in bed out there in Texas, feeling tears pooling in the corners of my eyes. My greatest fear was that perhaps Jeff was trying to find me, that he needed help. I pictured him waiting around our very short-lived home in Mandeville, perhaps wondering where I was. Those sorts of thoughts kept me up for most of that year. Jeff doesn't have a sister. This is this is Lou writing this honestly pretty poorly written book. Like if this was a book, I would not read this. Bowie, can you scoot over so I can get another can of Coca-Cola, please? Is it down again? Please don't tell me. Hang on, I'm gonna try some YouTube shit first. Like, I want to see if this is me or if this is you. Well, I guess I wouldn't be able to tell, really. Oh, now it's actually loading up pretty quickly. Huh, alright. Well, it beats the fuck out of me. I don't know if anyone's still having problems, but try reloading. Alright. Bowie, scoot out of the way. I need a soda. Well, it's certainly working on my browser now, so I think whatever issues are sorted out. I'm real sorry. I didn't mean for this to be a complete fucking train wreck. People have paid money for this. Sometimes a letter would come addressed to me out there in Houston. It would be forwarded from the old address. No return address, usually. I would get so excited as I tore it open, convinced that Jeff had found a way to write to me, to let me know that he was alive. When it would turn out to be a piece of junk mail, just some advertisement designed to look like a real piece of mail, my heart would sink, and I'd feel that regret creeping back in. Regret for not waking up and talking to Jeff on the night that he left. At the very least, I could have told him goodbye. Fuck off! Why does it sound like Lou is fucking idolizing his brother? We're getting a Discord call from Vince. Hello? Hello? Vince12? YouTube funny man? Hang on. Let me open up the fucking my actual Discord. Come on, Discord, don't fuck with me now. Is this working? Why is Discord like frozen for me? Why is everything awful? The call is coming from inside the house. Called like 5 minutes ago. What the fuck is happening? And Discord is like completely frozen. I can't even scroll up or click on anything. Quit Discord. I gotta sign back in. Bullshit. Oh, this is such AIDS. Oh, this is so terrible. I'm not a good streamer. I think I have to acknowledge that. The gods are preventing the stream from happening. This is such AIDS. This is so terrible. At least you guys are having a good time. Oh, because Discord is downloading one update out of 5. That's good. Oh my god, is that what's killing my internet? No. Close window, close Discord. I don't need that shit right now. I gotta start like a membership. Make a pug fish emote. This is so terrible. This is so awful. Hey, what? Why? What? What is happening to Discord? What the fuck is going on? I just want to read Jeff the Killer. This is not difficult. Internet speed test. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey, it's like 0.80 megabits per second download and 5.0 megabits per second upload. So I don't know what that means. Anyways, so as I was saying, it's really fucking weird. It's really fucking weird that Lou is like idolizing Jeff to a certain extent. Like he's excited at a chance to get to talk to him. That's fucking weird. I wish I could hang on. Okay. Is anything taking up my network in particular? No, not really. Network performance, Wi-Fi. Uh, okay, hang on. Maybe if I try streaming at a lower quality, that might do something. Because my bitrate right now is 4500. Let's set it down to like 3500. What? Video bitrate 3? Are you fucking kidding me? That's not what I want. And it. Why can't I change anything now? Oh my fucking god. Did that completely fuck everything? Like, is this just a complete blur now? Because we went from 4500 bitrate to 3. This is such a fucking disaster. I might honestly need to, like, completely reset the stream, reboot Streamlabs. Oh my fucking god, I just want to die. This is so dreadful. So everything's fine then. Everything's okay. If like half the chat wasn't people just spamming, everything's okay. No, it's not okay. Shut up, me. Heard of a guy named Fasoas TF2, and it sounds like he sucks. I bet he sucks ass. Okay. I'm sure everything's fine. See, I got people telling me, fix the stream. Everything's broken. And then I got people saying, don't worry, everything's going completely fine. And then I got people just memeing in chat. What am I supposed to do? I've got 2 more chapters after this. At the very least. Anyways, Jeff the Killer. Oh, wait, no, that's Lane. Jeff the Killer, Lane whispered, still holding up the scissors. Jeff, in italics, looked down at Nancy. His face locked into a twisted mask of insanity and drove the knife down towards her chest. Go to sleep! Shit, fuck! Jeff screamed, suddenly releasing the knife and letting it fall to the sofa. Lane looked over and saw that his mother had brought the point of her knee directly into the groin of her attacker. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't. I. Like, if people are experiencing stream issues, can they tell me what the fuck is wrong? Me balls! Oh, you got me right in the nads! Jeff the now impotent killer. Okay, everyone in chat is like caught up. Fuck it, I don't care anymore. You helped me fall asleep. I don't know if I'm supposed to take that as an insult. Sometimes the stream just pauses at random. Yeah, definitely set the quality down lower then, if that's the problem. It sounds like. Jeff staggered back against the wall, gripping his crotch whilst trying to still threaten both Nancy and Lane. What the intruder didn't account for was that Nancy Dermott spent the majority of her adult life married to a police officer. He dragged her to every self-defense course that he could. For years, the training was drilled into her. Always go for the soft spots, the eyes, the testicles, the throat. She trained for years to learn to go for fucking nut shots. What a great story. I bet the fucking author is just DDoSing me for this shit. Why is every single Jeff at the beginning like italicized? Is that a stylistic thing? Because it's a shit style. That's my purse. I don't know you. Jeff suddenly lunged, attempting to dodge around Nancy and grab the knife that he dropped during the initial kick. Lane was still frozen in place. What a huge pussy. For all the dark poetry and journal entries that he'd created, many detailing the ways he'd like to exact revenge on those that didn't appreciate him, mostly girls and teachers. Now that he actually had the chance to stab someone, he found that he simply couldn't manage the act. Jeff grabbed for the knife, got one hand around the hilt, but never had a chance to brandish it. At the very moment that he awkwardly attempted to rotate the blade, Nancy brought her living room lamp down over her attacker's head. There was a grunt of pain as Jeff fell forward onto the sofa. The lamp shattered, but before Lane could blink, his mother grabbed the next closest weapon, the large crystal ashtray that sat upon their coffee table. She raised the object over her head and with a scream of rage smashed it over the young man's head. who moments before had her under what he believed to be her complete control. That's our action scene, I guess. The lady gets a nut shot on him, and then hits him with a lamp, and then an ashtray. I would have stuck with the lamp, honestly. Oh wait, it shattered, never mind. Still. Yeah, Jeff's defeated, he's dead. We did it, boys. Jeff the Killer is no more. We've stopped racism. Now he can't say the N-word anymore. Oh my god, Lane, are you alright? Nancy shouted at her son. Yeah, Mom, are you? Before she could answer, Lane began to move closer to the unmoving body on his living room sofa. Stay back, Lane! He might get back up. Mom, I don't think he's getting back up. Look! Lane pointed at the blood pooling beneath the body, still on the couch. He's bleeding. That means he's dead. I mean, he got hit in the head with a fucking shattered lamp. So yeah, he's gonna be bleeding. Dancing craps. From the 2016 documentary, Jeff Woods, The Killer Speaks by Monica Davenport. Interview conducted with local Mandeville youth addressing the cultural movement known as Jeff's Killers. A copy as a fandom! No! Oh, I'm dying. This is the end for me, boys. This is the end. No. He has a fandom. Oh. Just Killers. Just Killers. Just Killers. Yep. God, this story sucks. I hate to tip my fucking hand early, but this sucks. This is really dreadful. Yeah, it's the cult of Jeff. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if they actually fucking go that far, where it's like Jeff has a bunch of cronies or whatever to like do his beckoning. But fucking hell, just in terms of the story itself, this really sucks. I was a Jeff the Killer fan, much like everyone else. Sonic.exe getting name dropped in Ready Player 2? Is that a thing? Is Ready Player 2 a thing? I hope this story just turns into Lane fighting crazed cultists with a shotgun. It just turns into fucking Evil Dead. I'd be pleased with that. Oh no, 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 don't tell me the story goes there. I hate this so much. I want to die. I want to die. This is so terrible. This is so terrible. This is what I come back to after leaving this channel for basically months. This is what I come back to. Thank you, Mr. Con27X. Fighting terrible stream issues to stream a terrible story. You deserve compensation. I thank you. Thank you. Fuck. It's so fucking inconsistent when it decides to work. Let's continue with the story. Monica Davenport addresses the camera while standing outside of a small home that appears to be in rural St. Tammany Parish. You made that up. That is not a real town name. Was that like South Park news report? I'm here on the outskirts of Mandeville, Louisiana, where a group of high school age kids gather on a regular basis. What might be their purpose of gathering? Well, they call themselves Jeff's Killers, and they view him as a sort of antihero. And many say that they are anxiously awaiting the opportunity to meet him in person. The film cuts to a montage of various teenage participants, many with scars artificially decorated into the side of their faces, some with contact lenses giving one eye a cosmetically enhanced whiteness. All of the teens give short answers, some just one word, others a short phrase. All the same message, though. Jeff. Jeff Woods. We're here to celebrate Jeff the Killer! Big Bog! Woo! The Killer! Always Jeffrey Woods. Always. Yas, queens, let's like burn our faces with acid. Ah! Why do you come out here to celebrate Jeffrey Woods? He's a serial killer. He murdered his parents. How do you find a hero in that? Girl 1. Jeff is like, he showed the world that you can do something about abuse. So many of us, we've grown up dealing with stuff like that, and we can't do shit. Jeff, though, he did it. Guy 1. Yeah, Jeff Woods, he was a nice guy. He tried so hard to turn the other cheek and all that crap they teach us in school. He did everything the way we're taught to do it. All the crap society tells us are the stepping stones to become a normal and happy person. For most of us, girl 2, cutting off guy 1. For most of us, if it works out, great. You get to be the cheerleader or some crap. You get to march in the Labor Day parade. Woo! Jeff, though, all the lies they try to tell us to be happy, well, he just snapped and did it his own way. Guy 2. No, forget all that shit. Jeff the Killer's fucking rage turned all the way up. People out there, they see us walk around, they think we're freaks, or they think they're weak, but Jeff the Killer showed the fucking world that you can only push someone so damn... Say damn far! God fucking damn it, I hate this shit! So keep pushing us, motherfuckers, go ahead. It's my best black person voice, I'm very sorry. Do you all believe that Jeffrey Woods could still be alive? And if so, what would you say to him if you had the chance? Various responses are shouted toward the camera. Have Randy Hayden by his fucking balls! Burn this town down! And you, what would you say to Jeff Woods? I'd say come hang out with us. Come show us how you managed to let go of all the shit holding you down all those years. We want to be free. Just like you. Jeff stance. Yeah, that's basically it. It's just a bunch of... Maybe this is just how people in Louisiana talk. And now, to reference my favorite song in existence, we are taking care of business and working overtime. The purpose of this scene? I have no fucking idea. I don't fucking know. Just to establish that there's a Jeff fandom. Like most people, they just kind of keep it to fucking like weird Tumblr blogs where they fucking have fan cams of the Columbine shooters or whatever. These people are just out in the street fucking cosplaying as a real life serial killer. This is so far removed from reality. It's driving me a little crazy. Jeff isn't interesting enough to warrant a story in the fucking first place. Let's continue. Fucking freaks, the haggard-looking man mutters before dipping a glazed donut into his mug of cheap coffee. This is a cop. Coffee and donuts. That's it. That's a cop. Although only in his early 40s, Detective Dalton Bradshaw. What a fuck. Like, all these names are just like. He was trying to come up with the perfect name for whatever occupation he was writing for. Like, Monica Davenport, journalist. Detective Dalton Bradshaw. Fucking. I like to believe this cop is literally from a cartoon and made a wish to work in the real world for one day. Detective Dalton Bradshaw of the Mandeville Police Department looked much older. His hairline had begun to retreat from his forehead a bit more each year. Well, some people in their 20s have that issue. The 2 packs of Pall Mall Reds that he smokes between waking up at dawn and returning home, oftentimes well after dark, have done nothing to assist in preserving his once chiseled appearance. His teeth were now stained from the tobacco, his face bore wrinkles, and his eyes always looked exhausted, regardless of how much sleep he might enjoy the night before. Banning has a habit of writing people as caricatures? You don't fucking say. Detective Green clearly hasn't aged well. He'd been watching various clips from Davenport's documentary while waiting at the tiny and disgusting little coffee and donut joint for the better part of 2 hours. He had actually been back at the police station packing his things to go home for the night when his watch commander had summoned him into his office. It was Jon Snow. Don't watch the last season. It's gonna be really, really bad. Oh wait, that's Lord Commander, isn't it? Whatever. Night Watch Lord Commander. That's it. I got the 2 mixed up. I'm sorry. Did you actually end up finishing this, Vince? Literally Clancy Wiggum from The Simpsons. Can I even do a Wiggum voice? Nope. Okay. I'm gonna be breaking some new ground here. Chief Wiggum here. That's close enough. Apparently, a young man had broken into a residential and attempted to hold one of the occupants at knife point. The woman had fought back, and the asshole died by his own blade. He fell on his fucking knife! What a retard! The woman and her kids were safe, and as far as Dalton was concerned, this shit could wait until the morning. Like, then a Wiggum voice to Peter Griffin. Hey, Lois, remember that time that I met Jeff the Killer? And Jeff the Killer knocks on his door. It's like, holy crap, it's Jeff the Killer. He fucking stabs Peter. He falls over in the stock Family Guy position. He committed seppuku. The woman and her kids were safe, and as far as Dalton was concerned, this shit could wait until the morning. Let the uniforms and the fucking coroner's people come out and clean up the body. This was Mandeville, after all. Only one exciting thing ever happened out here, and that was 4 years ago. But this guy was probably some meth head out in the backwoods that was trying to score some cash to buy some dope. These kids smoking their dope, and he got out his pencil and committed Sudoku. Oh, Peter, Jeff the Killer is in our house. I can't do a Lois voice. I think I can do a decent Joe Swanson. Hey, Peter. Hey, Peter. I have to go down over to the police station. We got word that Jeff the Killer is committing some crimes again. That's the only inflection I can do the voice, and I can't, like, actually change it around. Hey, Peter. And I have to start off with Hey, Peter. That's the only way I can work my way into the voice. It's kind of like do a Joe voice for the cop. Oh my god. Yeah, that one I can probably try that one. Hey, Peter, he's the one who cut off my legs. Yeah, I got. Hey, Peter, remember the time we arrested Jeff the Killer? Okay, where the fuck was I? Then more information came in. That one exciting thing that happened 4 years ago in Mandeville, the only thing that could possibly keep Dalton on the clock and not at home, taking off his suit and climbing into a hot shower, just happened to be the one fucking thing that was lying in a pool of its own blood on Nancy Dermott's sofa. This crazy bitch thinks she killed Jeffrey Woods, Dalton asked his watch commander as he grabbed his notebook and slung on his sport coat. I'm guessing this is a different character. That crazy bitch just happens to be Nancy DeMott, as an ex-wife of Paul DeMott, the same guy that was running favors for Maxwell Hayden. Relax, Captain. I'm just going over there, gonna do a nice little interview, make sure the body gets moved and we can pick this up tomorrow. The hell we can, the captain replied in anger. I'm arranging for a specialist from Baton Rouge to work with yous. That is an order that came right down from the mayor's office. This guy's on his way right now. Just go and stuff donuts down your face at that little shit dive you like. The specialist will meet you there. Uniforms already have the scene under control. If we can move the body to the morgue without causing a scene, we will. I cannot stress this enough to you, Bradshaw. This shit stays on the whisper. Wait, how the hell does the mayor's office know about this call already? How? The woman's jackass kid, that's how. Lane DeMott has been a pain in the ass for a while. He likes to post his little opinions about his school and the town all over the frickin' official website of the city of Mandeville. The site admins block him for writing about all this Jeff Woods crap. They tell him it's a blacklisted subject, but then the little shit just goes and makes a new account and does it all over again. IP ban him. It sounds like Crunk from the Emperor's New Groove. Yeah, they're the same person. Crunk is Joe Swanson. They're the same voice actor. It's what's his name? Ah, it's right on the tip of my fucking tongue. Patrick Warburton. Thank you so much. I like to imagine they're actually the same person. Like Crunk, hundreds of years down the line, just becomes fucking Joe Swanson. He's like immortal. Um, yeah. Why does the city website even like? Does the city website have a forum or something? Because I don't think mine does. Okay. Anyway, while his mother was busy calling the cops, her 16-year-old idiot was busy photographing the body and posting a picture of it right there on the town's message board. Yeah, why does it have a message board? That's weird. The admins deleted the post, and we can only pray to God that they did so before anyone else saw it and copied it. The mayor sure as hell saw it, though, and believe me, he's just looking for an ass to kick right now. I And he thinks we need some sort of what? Expert on loonies and window lickers to come down here and tell us what a dead freak looks like. I don't care what the mayor thinks, Bradshaw, but our chief of police does. So for right now, please, just go down there, drink your coffee, and wait for this guy to show up and meet you there. Then kindly go over to the scene of the crime and let this guy help you investigate it. And I can expect to go home when? The captain screamed some harsh words of motivation towards Dalton Bradshaw in response to his question, and finally the overworked detective plodded out of his car and climbed in. Once on the road, Dalton reached into his glove compartment and removed a small Ziploc bag containing about 8 small pills. Damn, I'm running a bit low, he stated with a frown, staring at the baggie. The pills were Adderall, although Dalton could not guess at the dosage or age of the pills. One of his on-again, off-again lovers, Bonnie, who was always pregnant, a woman who would often ask Dalton to go over and scare her ex-boyfriend into paying her overdue child support, had given them to him recently. They were her kids, but apparently the kid didn't like them. Said kid's mom, an occasional evening companion of Dalton, believed that the detective could use a boost of energy, as, according to her, he looked like reheated shit. Now, see, we're gonna rub Jeff out, see? It's like, what is it? Like that Daffy Duck thing, where it was like a Dick Tracy parody? It's like, I'm gonna rub you out, see? Rub you out. Why do we need the backstory on these pills? I don't fucking know, because Kay Banning has absolutely no restraint. It's just like, I need to explain every last possible fucking thing in as much detail as possible, whether or not it's interesting. Whether or not it's interesting, and whether or not it's going to come up again in the story. He swallowed 2 of the pills, even though he knew he should try and stretch the few he had left out for another week or so, but for the time he was more concerned about just staying awake tonight. If some suit from Baton Rouge were in fact coming to assist, this would not be a short evening, to say the least. Dalton was pleasantly elevated as he sat at the coffee shop, feeling the artificial energy and euphoria from the pill start to gather in his brain and pulse behind his eyes. I don't know what the hell is wrong with Gina Marie's kid if he doesn't like this shit. It's like a nostalgia critic shit, yes. He mumbled to himself as he clicked play on the next video from Monica Davenport's documentary. Oh my god, we keep cutting back and forth between fucking like the actual story and just random exposition. It's fucking annoying. Like the story has no sense of flow. It has no sense of pacing. If like everything was just told in the order that's actually happening with all these fucking random ass Family Guy cutaways, fittingly enough, then maybe we could have gotten through this by now. There's this serial killer, see? He thought he'd throw a thing of bleach at me. Real funny. A real funny guy. I don't think so. So I want to go teach him some respect, capiche? From 4th grade school project, Who is Your Hero? By Jeremy Lyman, Crestwood Elementary School, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. My hero is my Uncle Simon. Uncle Simon works as a special kind of police officer who tries to arrest criminals who have already gotten away. His job is to study the clues and try to find the bad people even when no one else can find them. He keeps us safe. I'm going to go ahead and... I don't know a voice for this guy yet. I'm going to go ahead and assume by the beard stubble and bloodshot eyes that you're Dalton Bradshaw. A voice suddenly spoke behind the detective as he was focusing on Davenport's film. Dalton looked up at the man addressing him. It would seem logical that this would be the specialist from Baton Rouge, but based on his appearance, Dalton almost had to second-guess himself. The man standing before him was a lot younger than he was expecting for starters. He estimated this guy's age couldn't be any older than 30, perhaps even younger. He was skinny, had a small goatee, and was dressed more for a day at the mall than a night investigating a murder. Do all the special investigators walk around in jeans and t-shirts these days? Dalton asked without smiling. Okay, he's saying dude, so this is definitely my Bill and Ted voice. Sorry, dude. My boss had to learn to accept it. I don't do suits unless it's a funeral or a wedding. My name is Simon, by the way. Or, if you want the official introduction, I am Agent Simon Lyman of the Unsolved Crimes Department of the Louisiana State Police. Dalton blinked and had to take a moment to compose himself, or else he feared he might laugh in the kid's face. Hold up. Your name is Simon Lyman. Why would your folks do that to you? Oh, you misunderstand. My parents didn't name me Simon. They actually named me Solomon Lyman. I legally changed my first name to Simon when I turned 18. Why in the hell would you do that? Duh, so it would rhyme. Simon Lyman, middle name Hyman. Guys, I want to fucking die. Dalton found himself chuckling just a bit in spite of how annoyed he was at the ever-increasing lateness of his workday. He realized that now, even if they wrapped this up in record time, he still wouldn't see the inside of his apartment until it was far too late to do anything other than go straight to bed. Well, we can get to know each other on the ride over there, Ryman Simon. I just want to get home before sunrise, though. So if it's all the same with you... Ryman Simon! Hell yeah! See, that's why I changed my name. For shit like that. Dalton dropped a few dollars on the table to cover his food and coffee, and the two men left out for Nancy Dermott's house. Okay, Ryman Simon is at least injecting some kind of fun into this otherwise wet fart of a story. I don't know if that's just because I'm imagining him as Keanu Reeves from Bill and Ted. I think the town's got lead in the water supply. It's not lead, it's bleach. We've discussed this. The drive from the small coffee joint to the crime scene was less than 10 minutes. However, Dalton quickly learned that the Simon was not the type of person who let time pass without conversation. Okay, so I'm assuming you'll be playing the bad cop in this little investigation, right? He asked Dalton, a sarcastic tone lacing his words. Nope, I'll be playing the tired as hell cop who wants to go home. I tend to play that role every time my shift goes into overtime. And you're playing the, what? Wise ass CSI guy? CSI? No, thank you. Too much blood and semen. I mean, who wants to spend all day studying blood samples? No, I'm unsolved cases, remember? Yeah, well, I hate to tell you, kid, but this one's probably already solved. The damn intruder's dead. The woman already confessed to doing it, and her stupid kid posted a picture of the corpse in the fucking mayor's office. You might have wasted a trip down here. Ha! My voice is taking a beating from this part. A bunch of dialogue in in voices that I am not trained in. Oh, is that a skateboarder? Skateboarders aren't allowed to ride by our house. My dog will bark at them. You really think that the Jeff body we're going over to see is Jeff Woods himself? You think after 4 years of no activity, he's just gonna show back up and get killed by some bored housewife? Dalton glanced at Simon and smirked. Personally, I don't care one way or the other. Jeff Woods, Tiger Woods, James Woods. I don't give a rat's ass so long as I'm home within the next couple of hours. I think this guy really wants to go home. Do you think Simon exclusively travels by skateboard? That'd be fucking great. Really? You're not even a bit curious? I mean, Jeff the Killer, right? Exciting stuff. Maybe to you and the rest of the world. I don't know. I was still with the NOPD when the whole thing happened. Here in 2015. I didn't transfer out to Mandeville until almost the end of 2016. Sure, I read all about the incident when it took place, but these yuppie fucks out here will freak out about anything. In New Orleans, we investigated several homicides a week just in my district alone. Some kid having a nervous breakdown and stabbing a few people doesn't exactly have the same impact when you work in a city where murders don't even make the front page anymore. Thank you! Thank you, Joe Swanson, for perfectly exemplifying why Jeff the Killer is not at all noteworthy. This is the only part of the story I'm actually kind of on board with. One Simon line in the Bart voice, if you can even do it. Eat my short. No, I can't do it. Oh my god, that was terrible. Especially after fucking up my voice doing Joe Swanson and Keanu Reeves for a while. I can't do it. I'm really sorry. I might have an easier time doing Marge. Okay, I may have spoken too soon. Yeah, that's the thing. Is it's really repetitive. Homer. Okay, let me think. Oh, $20. I wanted a peanut. $20 can buy many peanuts. Explain how. Money can be exchanged for goods and services. Ah, that's the best I can do right now. I don't think that was very good. Still sounds better than Marge in later Simpsons episodes. Yeah, she sounds. She sounds haggard. I feel bad for her. Stewie? Oh man. Stewie is surprisingly difficult. I can't even think of a Stewie line. It's like, damn you all, victory shall be mine. No, it's like higher than that. You have to start off with heh. Like either Shadow or Sonic, I think, can start off with a different kind of smug heh. Because where Sonic is just like, heh, you're too slow. It's just went from creepypasta reading to impressions. I'm completely fine with this. And then Shadow is just like, heh, you're not even good enough to be my fate. Those are the only ones I know. The only lines. Okay, where the fuck was I? Why'd you leave New Orleans then? Look, Simon, I'm sure you're a nice guy and I bet all your coworkers love you. But let's just stay on track here. If this case turns into a longer ordeal, I'm sure we'll find all the time in the world to tell war stories. But for now, let's just focus on the task at hand. Can you do Big the Cat or Duke Nukem? They're voiced by the same guy? What? That's like finding out that Goku voiced Rolf. I can give Duke Nukem a shot. It's time to kick ass and chew ass, and I'm all out of ass. It's there's more nuance to the voice than that, but I gave it my best shot. I gave it my best. With that said, they rode the last few blocks in relative silence. Dalton only spoke again when they arrived at the scene. We're here. Now listen, I'm not sure if you know this or not, but Nancy DeMott's husband was somewhat tied to this whole Jeff Woods fiasco. So, try and avoid making any stupid jokes. Oh yeah, it is John St. John, isn't it? That one NPC from Half-Life. No! Stab! No! My god, what are you doing? What else? I don't even know Big the Cat. I don't know his voice. It's kind of like, what is it, like a, what is that voice? How about G-Man? Okay, I gotta like get into G-Man. Um, give me a G-Man line. Give me a line in G-Man's voice. I don't know any Hat in Time characters. Okay, I'm gonna try that one. Mr. Freeman, that wasn't very poggers of you. G-Man isn't my best one. I realize that as I'm saying it. Chuck E. Cheese's is not a restaurant. It is an entertainment facility and restaurant. Okay, we gotta get back to this fucking story. We're never gonna finish it. uh. Oh, got a notification right as he said poggers. Don't worry, this is gonna be archived, and you can go back and listen to it. Okay, okay. Trust me, Dalton. I know all about Paul Lermont and his ties to Maxwell Hayden. I've led. I've read Lou Wood's book and all the other seedy little secrets that have been published, and a few that haven't. The two men walked up to Dermot's front door where a uniformed officer who looked to be all of maybe 21 years of age was standing. The officer began addressing Dalton as he approached. See, I can't do that one. The, what's his name? Fucking... the casserole guy. I've only played episode 2 once. I do like that video where it's... yeah, Magnuson, thank you. I like that SFM video where he's just like, well, what are you waiting for, Freeman? A hug? And then Freeman's just standing there like, very sad, and he slowly nods. And then Magnuson's just like, oh. And he goes into hug Freeman as Guts' theme plays. That's a beautiful video. Can one of the characters be Ned Flanders? I don't even think I could do a Ned Flanders voice. Say, well, hi diddly ho there, Navarino. Well, that's actually better than some of the other ones I've done. A portal turret voice? Hell no. I know right off the bat I can't do that one. Let's see. I could do this guy, the cop, as Ned Flanders. Paramedics moved the body to a stretcher, and I think the CSI people are just about diddly done. There was apparently a brief struggle, but the intended victim really did a dang old number on the guy. Outstanding police work, Junior. Hi diddly ho! And Dalton responded, stepping around the cop and walking into the home. Who's this guy? I'm a Mary Diddley Erderer. Read it like Griffith's voice actor saying, 'cause I'm just a girl who can't say no, can't seem to say it at all. I always say, come on, let's go, just when I ought to say stop. When a fella wants to kiss a girl, I know she ought to give his face a slap. But a fella starts a kissing me, I kinda sorta wanna kiss him back. 'Cause I'm just a girl who can't seem to say it at all. I can't say no. Yeah. I fucking love that outtake so much. Griffith's voice actor is the best. I'm so glad he didn't get touched by the fucking 2016 anime. And chat just goes dead after that. Obviously stunned by my amazing singing. I can't stop doing voices. We're never gonna get this done. Bradshaw, you're finally here to take over the scene or what? An older officer asked. Berserk. You're dead to me, bitch. This stream has just been a fucking disaster. Ah. You know what the best part of there being no more fucking Berserk 2016 anime is? Rickard's bitch slap for Griffith will never be tainted by it. You can tell my voice is fucked up when it starts cracking. Isn't that some Indian dude? It's like, hey guys, I have the Pennywise potion. I will drink it. Yeah, the Sonic fan rating was really bad. Oh man, Troy McClure. Oh, I don't know if I could do a Phil Hartman voice. I'm the only bad voice actor in creepypasta. Well, there's some fan videos out there, so maybe I shouldn't say that. Okay, story. We're reading a story right now. In case you couldn't tell, we've been stuck in the middle of the third fucking chapter out of 8, just doing voices and singing songs. Uh, Holy shit, Frank, yeah, I'm here to take over the scene. Give me a briefing so you can get the hell home before you die from breathing. Frank, whose age and weight suggested that he might in fact have difficulty should he ever try to jog more than a few feet, waddled over to Dalton and began reading it from a report form. He was a penguin. Phil would turn in his grave. Yeah, I wouldn't want to disrespect Phil Hartman by trying that shit. Maybe I can try doing an dick voice, and that might kill him. Just do voices and singing songs. The story is terrible. It is pretty terrible. But hey, someone paid for this. I want to at least get to chapter 4, or at least through chapter 4, so we can get halfway through this shit and be done with it tomorrow. Okay, the dead fuck is on his way to the morgue as we speak. CSI has determined that he got through the back door. What can I say? Folks out here never heard of locks or something. Intended victim was Nancy DeMont, her son Lane DeMont, witness struggling with the death of the intruder, blah blah blah, boilerplate bullshit. Yeah, blah 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 is just about fucking right. God damn, I hate this story. Apparently, 16-year-old Lane believes that this intruder is none other than Jeff Woods. The victims are in the back of the house right now. Nancy said she was sick of looking at the blood on her sofa. Once we get to the end of this chapter, we'll get another song. The morgue? I thought they were gonna leave the scene intact until I got here. Yeah, adult orders was to keep this thing quiet. When they saw the chance to move the body without a lot of gawkers who took it. Neighbors have been popping by every so often, knocking on the door. Being nosy, typical shit. You got pictures of the intruder? Simon asked Frank in a casual tone. Who are you? This pudgy man asked in slight annoyance. I'm the president of the Dead Body Fan Club. Now let me see these pictures so we can kindly sign your report and you can kindly head back to SeaWorld and get back in your tank. Hey! Don't! They're closed again. I should know. This fucking kid got a problem here, adult. Frank asked, turning his flushed face toward the detective. Relax, Frank. I'm the one that has to work with him. He's from the state police and investigates unsolved cases or so. Just give me the pictures. Frank handed the pictures to Dalton, at which point Simon immediately snatched them away. He looked through them slowly at first, as Dalton joined in on the viewing, but as he progressed through them, he began to flip them over faster and faster. Australia with me, kangaroo wife. I will send your condolences to your kangaroo wife. Thanks, mate. I love Team Fabulous too. Oh my god, my throat. He doesn't deserve this kind of abuse. He is not a crook. This stream sucks. I'm sorry. This all just hit me like a fucking truck. This stream sucks. I'm gonna get a glass of water. Sound like he smoked an entire menthol factory? No, I sound like I just read Jeff the Killer for like, what has it been now? It's been like 3 hours. Okay. Okay, blah blah blah. The collection of photographs range from close-ups of the intruder's face to shots of his corpse collapsed on the sofa. When information could be gathered on site by the CSI crew was all cataloged such as height, estimated weight, etc. Well, this isn't Jeff Woods, that's for sure, Simon stated with no doubt, handing the pictures to Dalton. How can you be so sure, Peter? Well, the height is wrong, first of all. This guy is taller. Jeff Woods was a total manlet, stood only 5'10" tall. Also, take a look at his clothing. If Jeff Woods really has been stuck in the countryside out here for the last 4 years, I doubt he'd be wearing new clothes. Frank decided to chime in. New clothes? Kids, are you blind? I saw those rags before they zipped him up and hauled him down to the cold storage. His shirt and pants were practically falling apart. I'm sure your CSI crew will agree. Allow me to save them some time and break this down for you guys. The cuts on his clothing are clearly made with scissors. Clothes that rip on tree branches, for example, tend to be torn in ragged fashion. These tears were done on purpose. Plus, the pattern of rips is far too intentional to be something caused by snagging branches. This guy was clearly attempting to create a costume of sorts. Plus, the shoes always give it away. He wants us to believe that he's been wearing the same stuff for so long that it's just falling apart. But his shoes are in pretty good shape from what I can tell from these photos. Plus, he's wearing hiking boots. If he really was living off the land all these years, he'd take whatever kind of shoes he could get, or maybe even still be wearing the same ones he left home in. Instead, he's wearing a fairly new-looking pair of shoes that just happen to be perfect for escaping into the woods after he murdered a couple people. Is Bill S. Preston British? It was the cult of Jeff. So apparently that's the point of the whole Jeff's Killers thing, is one of them is the one who broke into these characters that we don't care about's house. That's the payoff for that. Oh no, I said manlet. That was me. That was me making a joke. If you're under 6 foot, like 5, you're a manlet. I don't make the rules. Kid. No, I immediately wanted to go into my New York cop voice. Kid, you know we could have gotten new clothes along the way or something. It's not that hard to break into a store, and Simon interrupted Frank before he could finish. Sure, maybe. However, if you look at these pictures of the perp's face, you'll clearly see that his scar is smearing a bit. Now, I'm no dermatologist, but in my experience, scars don't start to streak when you sweat. Also, that's clearly a contact lens in his eye. Dalton couldn't help but chuckle at this exchange. Frank Landry had developed a reputation of being a bit of a bully over the years, especially to the new recruits. Watching this skinny kid talk to him like he's an idiot was good for a laugh or two. Oh, apparently Dalton wasn't the one talking. Not that I could fucking tell, because you cannot write. It's also exhausting. How much longer do I have left in this chapter? Oh my god! There's so much left of just this one chapter. Oh my god, I hate this story. Fucking brevity, dude. You've clearly got a fucking thesaurus on your hands. Yeah, when are they gonna get to the fireworks factory? Ah, this sucks. Yeah, this is one chapter. An hour later, Simon and Dalton were driving to the morgue to see the corpse that was causing such a stir. They'd interviewed both Nancy and Lane and were not surprised to find that there wasn't much to be gained besides a rehashing of what they already knew. You are a little harsh on that kid, don't you think? Simon asked as they drove. That kid's a fucking idiot. Posting that damn picture for the world to see. Agreed, but did you really have to threaten to skull drag him, as you put it? Lane Dermott needs to have a little understanding that he isn't above shit. Since he Joe Swanson suddenly turns into caveman. Oh, since he father split town, he used that as excuse to do whatever he wants. Ooga booga. God, fuck this story. Three proofreaders. Three proofreaders. His mother clearly is too worn out to fix his ass. Plus, if that picture gets leaked around. You Mandeville types really are afraid of the exposure, aren't you? Personally, I don't give a damn. But the old heads around here, yeah, they hate it. Before Jeff Woods decided to go on a killing spree, Mandeville was advertised as the kind of place where you could sleep with your doors unlocked at night. But really, I think it was all the corruption that was uncovered that freaked him out. A murder could be explained away as just a crazy bastard being crazy. But all the cover-ups, that was bad. God, there's so much dialogue in this one that really doesn't seem necessary. Again, he skipped over like, oh, they interviewed the family. It was a rehash of what they already knew. That is a very good way of putting it. Like, we don't need to know all the fucking details. It's just dull. Well, Maxwell Hayden didn't exactly do himself any favors with the bribes. He certainly didn't do his son any favors either. Randy Hayden may have escaped Mandeville alive, but from what I've heard, even Whitpro couldn't protect his reputation. Sonic.exe 2, but with Jeff? Um, we'll see. I'm not sure if it's as heinous as Sonic.exe 2 yet, but I'd be willing to call this an equivalent. At least in terms of 2015, Jeff. I apologize for my gross water drinking ASMR. Oh god, it's more of this cutaway bullshit. Oh no, they don't mention Reddit. No, they mention Reddit! From the American news program Lies Exposed, hosted by Leslie Matthews. Interview with activist Alexis Perry on her campaign against Randy Hayden. I can't even fuck to do a voice for this. Tonight we're joined by Alexis Perry, who is speaking publicly for the first time since being formally charged by authorities for doxing the personal online accounts of Randy Hayden while he was in federal witness protection. Alexis is currently out of jail on bond, but will face charges in court for her actions. Alexis tells us that she is not dissuaded by her upcoming court date, stating that she would do it all over again. For our viewers that have not been following these developments, here's a brief recap of the events that have led to the 23-year-old college sophomore facing these serious charges. Operating on the popular website Reddit, Alexis, whose online identity was Justine's Royal Guard, a nod to a former controversial social justice group from Louisiana whose founder was charged with several brutal murders back in 2015, Alexis spent most of her internet hours targeting public figures that she believed used their wealth, professions, or influence to avoid facing accountability for criminal activity. What a useless waste of your fucking time. What a useless waste of your fucking time. Literally a keyboard warrior. We are cutting away to talk about some keyboard warrior who doxed Randy. Alexis credits her exposing of Randy Hayden publicly to the disgust and anger she tells us formed in her wait, what? Credits her exposing of Randy Hayden publicly. Oh, credits her exposing to the disgust and anger she felt To discuss the anger, she tells us formed in her after reading the best-selling autobiography Jeffrey Woods, Brother, Friend, Killer, written by Lou Woods, brother of the infamous serial killer Jeffrey Woods. Alexis has said that she was furious that Randy Hayden, who she describes as a pompous child of privilege, a privileged white male. I would so much rather read the original story. You don't even know. You don't even fucking know how much I'd rather read the original story than this piece of shit right now. Was able to escape all accountability for his actions because of his corrupt father's political connections within the small, Lou Moreland suburb of Mandeville, Louisiana. Several portions of the interview below. For full interview, please visit our website. You bet your ass I'm not visiting your stupid, shitty website. You're lucky I'm visiting this one. Also, what is the context of this? What is this? This is a news program. Where would this show up? Like on the news screen? Fuck you. Fuck you, author. I'm done being gracious about this shit. Fuck you. You wrote a bad story. You wrote 2 bad stories at the very least. I don't know about the rest, but fucking hell, keep this guy away from Jeff the Killer. It was disgusting, really. If Randy Hayden were poor, he would have been hung out to dry in the media. He tormented Jeffrey Woods, but was protected by the local police. If he was poor, right? Some tells me he wouldn't have gotten away with this shit in the first place. Call me crazy? He tormented Jeffrey Woods, but was protected by the local police. He arranged an ambush on Jeff and threatened to shoot him with a flare gun, which he then did. How do you know that? What, from Jeff's account? The killer's account? The serial killer who's trying to justify his murders? Really? This is exhausting. And then he, along with the crooked Mandeville police, produced a lie that Woods shot himself in the face, even when the doctor who treated Jeff in the hospital attempted to throw it. We know all this shit already! We know all this shit! Ugh. So you read the book and then became motivated to look further into the whereabouts of Randy Hayden. Yes, it was common knowledge that he'd gone to witness protection along with his mother and father. It didn't help that there were a lot of users who liked to troll message boards by pretending to be the real Randy Hayden. Most of them were easily dismissed as fake, but then someone doxed some information from Maxwell Hayden's old bank account in Mandeville, and a pretty big clue came out. God, fucking cut some of this shit down. This is all such worthless information. What clue would that be? Once again, it's pretty well known that Maxwell Hayden, even after going into witness protection, lost his financial empire. His shares in his company were all sold off to a private investor, and what he had left went into the massive fines and penalties imposed on him by the Federal Trade Commission. This is so fucking interesting. I imagine that wherever Maxwell and Bridget Hayden are now, that whatever names they were given, they're probably living off of frozen food and tap water. I absolutely see why you rage quit. This is fucking heinously boring. Am I at least farther than you made it? This is what they make people read in hell. However, they apparently had set up a trust fund for Randy when he was born. The conditions of the trust fund stated that he could claim the money, a sizable amount, when he turned 20 years old. We're talking a little over $1 million, all just sitting in an account that his parents, by their own agreed upon conditions, couldn't touch. It could only go to Randy when he turned 20. So about 6 months before what would be his 20th birthday, this user shows up on Reddit. And as I learned once I started digging into it, a bunch of other opinion-based internet forums asking the same sort of questions. You quit at the first chapter? Oh, dude. I mean, the first chapter is like boring and slow, but it's kind of like, okay, that sucked, but maybe it's just leading into something kind of decent. Because apparently, like, the Star Wars sequels didn't beat the idea that that's fucking retarded into my head enough. Do you have any advice for talking to girls? No. No, God, no. I have no advice for that. I'm sorry, I'm the worst person to ask about that. He was asking about Randy Hayden, question about whether or not he should come out of hiding. This user created polls asking people if they'd forgive his reputation and stuff like that. Now, that alone wasn't such a red flag in itself. Lots of people talked about this, especially after Lou Wood's book came out. There were a lot of people that supported Randy, painting him as just another victim in the entire Jeff the Killer debacle. Others, like myself, wanted to see him held publicly accountable for lying to the police about the flare gun incident. What stood out, though, we've gone out of italics again for some reason. What stood out, though, was the tone of these posts and the username for that matter. Right, the username was RAH70048, correct? Yes, I found this interesting because in everything I've read about this case, Randy's middle name, which was Andrew, was never really stated. Sure, it could be found if someone dug enough, but it just struck me as odd. The numbers 70048 are the zip code for Mandeville, Louisiana. Also, as I said before, the tone of the post seemed, I don't really know how to say it, personalized maybe? Talked about her with another girl and ended up friend zoning me because I talked about my ex too much. Yeah, you don't want to do that. That's definitely some advice. It's like, even in a jokey or sort of negative way, just don't talk about your exes that much. Like, this dude wants to be writing a novel about Jeff the fucking killer. And that's honestly very understandable. And it was at this point you started to think maybe this could be the real Randy Hayden. Not exactly, but it was enough to make me want to dig more into this user. So myself and some friends essentially hacked the account for RAH, whatever, for more information. They just did that. They just hacked it, put on their hacker glasses. I'm in. And Alexis, you are aware that this is illegal, that you're essentially detailing a crime on national television. As I've said many times before, I don't care. Justice is more important. My lawyer is going to kill me for this interview, but I'd rather sit in jail than sit idly by and allow a corrupted product of privilege like Randy Hayden line his pockets. You know what? This is kind of like Death Note, except really, really bad. We got like the autistic super detective, who's like also this weird man child. And we got this justice bullshit, all about some killer who's like this national dude. I would so much rather be watching Death Note, even the bad part of Death Note. I would so much rather be watching that. Ugh. Very well, Alexis. Please continue. Please don't. Yeah, it's like this is like Netflix Death Note. We found out that Raw was someone named Sean Beckett who was living in Park City, Utah. We dug some more and found that his online identity only went back 4 years, to 2015. It was as though Sean Beckett appeared out of thin air that year. We discovered more posts, mostly blogs and forum questions, all centered around the reputation of Randy Hayden. We also couldn't find a single picture of Sean Beckett anywhere on the internet. All of his online pictures were sites like Reddit, sites where you don't need to make a real personal profile like on Facebook or Twitter. So we continued to dig into this person's information. We went further than that. We hacked his personal computer. Again, we just did that. We just did that. It's fine. We don't need to explain how. We're elite hacksaws. And that's when you hit the gold mine. Essentially, yes, we got into his pictures and found what we needed. The pictures of himself in his personal gallery were compared to his most recent pictures of Randy Hayden, which were his yearbook photos from Mandeville High School. Since I released all this, well, everyone has seen them anyway, so I don't doubt there can be any question that the pictures we dug up of Sean's computer are clearly Randy Hayden. 4 years of aging doesn't change someone very much, and besides a different haircut, it's obviously him. We also found a few documents of his. The pay dirt was the email we found saved in his document. He was essentially writing to his lawyer asking what his options were in collecting the trust fund. Email from Sean Beckett to attorney, subject trust fund. Dear, as you are aware, I will turn 20 this year. At that time, I will be eligible to claim a trust fund set up by my father. As I am currently unable to use the name associated with the contract, I am wondering what my options. I would like to have access to the trust fund as soon as possible. So at that point, you believe you had all the proof you needed? You betches! So you clearly released all this information to the public via Twitter, Reddit, and a variety of other online sources. Did you think about the legal retaliation? Did you know that you were breaking the law, not just by hacking someone's information, but also by breaching the identity of a federally protected individual? Did any of this concern you? Not for a second. Did writing this wall of fuck you nothing concern you, author? Not for a second. I mean, here's the thing, right? It's like shit that should probably be explained. How the fuck did you even do that? Is being completely glossed over. And then shit like information we already know. Here's an entire other dump of it. It's fucking infuriating to listen to. Oh. Okay, how long is this chapter? Tell me it's shorter. Oh god. Oh god. No, 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 no. Oh god. This is at least like another fucking hour. Holy shit, dude. I've gotten paid for this. There've been some very, very nice super chats. I don't know if this stream is going to be able to be monetized. I've made some pretty racy fucking jokes. Duck out. Nope. I'm committed. I'm committed. 4 chapters in one night. We have to do this. I'm definitely going to need more water, though. Oh my fucking god. I also might need to take just a little bit of a break. Yeah, we're 4 chapters in. Jeff himself has not shown up once. We've had a fake Jeff. I so wish I had booze. I just don't, though. I would honestly drink straight vodka at this point. I've tried it. That was some of the most heinous shit I've ever tasted. I would absolutely have some if it made this easier. Oh, God. Thank you, Blue Mario. I saying this kind of hurts me. This is more exhausting than Cupcakes was. I've had vodka mixed with other drinks, but just straight vodka, that's a different story. That shit's fucking disgusting. Cupcakes was terrible. Even my reading of it wasn't very good. Read the rest of the story or play with a gas passer for 3 hours straight. Hell, I lost footage of it because it had the flickering little activate Windows bullshit. Oh yeah, I guess I can turn on Discord. Since I'm not, like... I'm taking a little fucking breather right now. Uh... Yeah, I gotta get those updates. It's just a several hour snore fest. Piece of shit fucking story. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of fucking messages. Yeah, Discord's up for me right now. Yeah, imagine the audience is Jeff this whole time. I had to take a quick bathroom break again because I've been drinking a lot of stuff. So, I'll be right back. Um, Hang on. Let me call Vince. Can I call Vince, please? Discord? Discord? Hello? Okay, I don't think I can start a call for some reason. Oh, now it worked. It took full ass minute. Man, I could be watching VTubers right now. That sounds amazing. You missed reading. You missed impressions. You missed singing. Cupcakes mixed with blood whistle. That is the perfect way to put this. Okay, I don't think this is working. I cannot call Vince 12. Discord is being super fucky for me. I don't know. It's worked before when I'm streaming. Let's put this pause screen on. And I'll be right back. Gotta go bathroom. Gotta get some water. Hang on. What the hell's happening on Discord? Why is Discord not even loading for me? Fucking Discord. Gotta quit Discord and fucking. I don't know why Discord is just not playing well with everything I have open. That is weird. The voice chat on the server? I don't know. Discord's not even loading at all for me right now. It's just like constantly buffering, checking for updates, whatever. Okay. So no Discord, no Vince 12. I'm terribly sorry. It's just borked for me. Shall we conclude tonight's reading? With this chapter, headlights on a dark road. No black representation. The technology has AIDS! Just like the story is AIDS! Rich Evans saying AIDS. There better be like a 5-minute video of this. There's 15 minutes of him mispronouncing words. Oh, hang on.
AIDS! AIDS! AIDS!
I needed that. I needed that so much. Okay. Let's continue. As much as I really don't want to. Yep, he's following us alright. I made a few turns and circles just to test him out. Dalton informed Simon while looking into his rearview mirror. I just thought you were lost there for a minute. Be serious for once. I'm pretty sure that truck was parked on Dermott Street. I wasn't really paying that much attention, but after 10 minutes of the thing riding our ass, I can't exactly ignore it. Well, we're the damn police. Let's just pull over and see what it does. Yeah, cops don't get, like, shot or anything. The road out to the city morgue ran through a few rather underdeveloped areas, and as luck would have it, both men were in a part of Mandeville rarely traveled at night. Oh, whoops. I'm totally sorry. Thank you for pointing that out. No story, only fish. I just feel drained. I feel exhausted. The story fucking sucks. Like, even if everything after this is amazing, any story that takes this long to get to the good shit, not worth it. Trailer park tap water. It ain't good for me, but it ain't gonna kill me. Dalton slowed and activated his blinker, pulling his old Buick Regal to the shoulder of the road. The vehicle, a massive pickup truck that looked old but as solid as a tank, slowed to a stop as well. They're just sitting in the street, Simon whispered. Dalton lowered his window and reached his arm out, gesturing for the truck to go around them. The truck continued to sit idle. Fuck this. I don't have time to play these little games with some bored hicks. Reach into my glove box there, Simon. Get me that flashlight. Simon retrieved the flashlight and handed it to Dalton. The detective removed his pistol from his holster and opened the door. Simon followed suit, removing a small pistol that he wore on an ankle holster. That's terrible. Why would you keep a gun there? Especially when you're wearing jeans. Like, depending on how tight they are, like, those. This just seems fairly constricted. Like, you gotta pull your pant leg up, reach down there, grab your gun. Like, it's good for concealing it, but, like, when you're a cop, you're a fucking cop. You don't need to conceal it. I can't afford to waste time on this bullshit. Once both men exited the vehicle, Dalton aimed the flashlight at the truck's windshield. Did you see anything? Can't see for shit. They got some dark tint in there or something. Just keep your gun down. Don't need to startle. Drawing in a breath, he called out the occupants of the truck. Do you need assistance? Both officers waited for any sort of reaction. The truck continued to remain in place, its engine rumbling. Need assistance? Keep it moving. You're obstructing a roadway. Okay, Dalton, do you have a radio in your car? We should probably get some backup out here. No radio. This is my personal vehicle. Use your cell phone. Call the precinct and tell the dispatcher and let the dispatcher know to send a couple units out here. We're on Highway 21, about a mile north of Highway 190. Simon removed his phone and as he did, the truck suddenly sprung to life. It was alive. It was from the hit movie Monster Trucks, where the monster trucks are actually monsters inside of trucks. I'm struggling. Tell me I'm making funny jokes. There was no revving of the engine, no squealing of the tires, just a truck that was now tearing towards them. Dalton dove back into the car and shut the door behind his just as the truck sped by. I'm not even going to bother pointing this out anymore. I'm not even going to bother. 3 proofreaders. Fucking shit. What the hell is he doing? Dalton screamed. Simon ducked back into the passenger side, his cell phone forgotten in his hand. Look! It's stopping again! The truck stopped yet again about 50 feet in front of their car. Do they have a plate? Do they have a plate? Can you see their plate numbers? Dolphin? This story is the joke. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's not entertaining in any capacity. My suffering is entertaining. No plate that I can see. Hold on, let me get a picture. Simon raised his cell phone and snapped several pictures of the vehicle. Okay, got it. I'm calling for backup now. You're making funny jokes. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I need. Tell me I'm a funny streamer. Tell me you guys still love me. What is happening right now? This is our second quote-unquote action scene, where some random cops who happen to be at the scene of a Jeff the Killer crime are being rushed down by some people in a fucking pickup truck. I don't know. And even though these people have made a clear attempt on these cops' life, the cops have not decided to, like, for example, shoot out the tires. That's what I would fucking do. Both men watched as the passenger side window rolled down. What appeared to be a small brown box was thrown onto the street. No sooner did the box hit the pavement than the truck began to speed away. Dalton dropped his transmission into drive and began to follow as Simon spoke with MPD dispatch. Yeah, it's a brown pickup. Looks like an older model Jimmy 4x4. No license plates. It just appeared to run us, just attempted to run us down here on Highway 21. The vehicle just abandoned what appears to be a brown package on the highway. It is speeding northbound. Please send all additional units to intercept. No. We don't know how many occupants. No, we don't know if there are. We wrong there. No, it just tried to run us off. Also, this story had 3 proofreaders on it. Give me that shit. And Dalton snapped to grab the phone for his partner. Dude, god damn it, this is fucking Dalton. Look, got some fucking units out here to rein this fucking truck in. I got pictures of it that I'm gonna text your damn phone. So make sure you send those out with the APB. And stop asking stupid questions and do your damn job, or God help me, I will tell everyone you're sleeping with Gus with the lazy eye. Yeah, get all units. Every single one. My energy's gone. Okay. Tell me there's not much left. There's so much. There's so fucking much. Oh, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm fine. We just started this chapter like 5 minutes ago. I feel like we already need a fucking break. Okay. How about another joke, Jeffrey? What do you get when you take a creepypasta reader and give him a story that's so fucking boring he wants to shoot himself in the fucking head? I'll tell you what you get. You get what you fucking deserve. I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. Maybe I'm fine. If I keep saying I'm fine, it'll happen. Good God. This should be illegal. Honest to fucking God, this should be illegal. You did this, Ian McDonald. I want you to know that. Like, we've spent hours here, and two things have happened. Two things. I think I'll save that's life for the end of the stream. like, like, someone broke into a house and they died. So the cops showed up. We are now. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $10. Forces is about to jump scare me, isn't it? Not. does. It's it gets progressively worse because as the story goes on, you expect like rising action. Like in the Godzilla video, I brought up that little like the story structure thing. You got the beginning, it's a bit slow, and then you get to like, oh, here's the inciting incident, and from there it's rising action until you get to a climax, and then we slow down, we come to the conclusion, and this is not like a graph where it slowly goes up and it keeps going up until it gets. This is a line. This is a line at the fucking bottom. I really didn't think it was gonna be this bad. Holy fuck. And even when there is action, even when stuff that might be interesting starts happening, they cut away to get into like the most boring exposition in the fucking world. Where it's just like, oh, here's a bunch of Jeff the Killer lore for you. Did I want that? No. Oh my fucking god. I just had an epiphany. I just had a realization. The beginning brought up that Jane was going to be in this story, and then they brought up the whole Jeff's Killers thing. Jane the Killer is going to be an ascended Jeff the Killer fangirl, isn't she? See, I don't even think it's completely the character's fault. Again, I don't hate these cop dudes. These guys, honestly, they're okay. They're solid 5 out of 10s. Mostly because I'm having fun with the voices. But it's like, it's the story. The story is so fucking boring. It's just hours of nothing. Work with. Okay. Okay. Let's go back to this so I can finish it tonight and then get back to it tomorrow. Dalton hung up and quickly dialed a new number into the phone. He tossed the phone into Simon's lap as he slowed the car down next to the discarded little box in the street. Hang on, we gotta grab that. Oh, wait. Hang on, we gotta grab that. Are you sure? What if it's an explosive or some sort of chemical or powder? Look, they want us to pick it up. They could have smashed my car into a cube with that monster truck of theirs, but instead, they went through a lot of effort to make sure they had our attention. I text those pictures you took of that truck to Jude. I already typed her number in for you. Dalton grabbed the brown box and threw it in the back seat before stomping the accelerator to the floor and pushing his old Buick to its limits. Where the fuck did you go? See, that's my biggest problem. The overstuffed descriptions. It's just like, and it's not just that. It's the fact that like we're getting overstuffed descriptions for things we already know about. Either events from the previous story, which, of course you read, this is a sequel to it, or just like stuff that this story has already exposited, or stuff that we could just like, infer from context clues. Because, you know, we're not retarded. I have some mixed nuts here. I think I need some protein. Oh, there's lint in here. How'd that even happen? Hmm. There's nut lint on my nuts. Hmm. All right. I've had a little nut break. I've nutted. That is an excellent fucking way to put it. Like, that wasn't some high tier self defense shit or anything. Like, oh, grab the hand, twist the wrist. Like, that's pretty basic too. But even then, that's like something a bit more like, oh yeah, she knows how to defend herself. She's not just gonna like cower in a corner. Going for the nuts is something that like anyone could do. Like, that wasn't a particularly impressive feat of self defense. It's just like, oh, in the nuts, huh? All right. Probably what I would have done. I haven't taken any self defense classes. Don't eat those nuts, that's cannibalism. Okay. I've seen lots of little dirt roads back here. They could have pulled off when we were calling for backup or grabbing that box. Hell, that truck is built for off roading. It could have just found a spot and pulled into the woods. Pretty soon, the lights of Highway 190 became visible, and the rural backdrop that was Highway 21 gave way to what passed as Mandeville's main drag of businesses. As the men pulled onto 190 and back into civilization, a tangible relief began to settle on both officers. Okay, the APB is out. Every cop in town will be patrolling for the truck tonight. I'll make sure the focus of the search is on those dirt roads back there. Fuck off, motorcycle. I say we stay on course here and head to the morgue. We'll inspect that box while we're there. Two birds, one fucking stone. Dalton, I have to admit, the way you head back there, that was badass. Like, I thought you were this old, lethargic dinosaur, but when the pressure kicks in, you turn into an old, modestly less lethargic dinosaur. See, that's why we needed to have that entire paragraph explain the backstory of his Adderall, so that Keanu Reeves could be impressed with him. I want to fall asleep. You had a strained relationship with your father, didn't you, Simon? Me and Weekend Dad were pretty good. Weekday Dad was an asshole, though. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Come on. Let me pull up YouTube. Yeah, he seems to be kind of going for some kind of like rhythm, but it's just ass. Okay, my internet's being garbage again. I can't pull up a laugh track. I'm sorry, that's what I was gonna do. How long is this fucking cutaway? The cutaways are honestly the least interesting part. Not to say that any of the story is interesting, but these are like painfully bad. And I'd say they take up what's easily the majority. Whoa, dude. You did a somewhat competent job. I'm very impressed. Much respect, police officer, dude. More nuts. I might need some Adderall. Hell, I'll take a fucking line at this point. From the American television broadcast of Not My Father's Son. Interview conducted by journalist Leslie Matthews with Randy Hayden. It's Randy! What voice does Randy get? It's the only way to keep my eyes open at this point. Come on. You've missed nothing. Because nothing has happened. This is the Jeff the Killer story, in case you forgot. Maybe it could be Randy Savage. Macho Man, Randy Savage. Oh yeah, brother. I don't know how many more voices I can take that are hell on my throat, but you know. Fuck it. I don't care anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, several months ago I sat down with Alexis Perry, a social issues activist who illegally exposed the identity of Randy Hayden. For those of you who did not follow the events of the Jeff Woods murders from 2015, Randy was a centerpiece in the chain of tragic occurrences that would leave 6 residents of Mandeville, Louisiana dead, including 2 high school students, a police officer, a respected journalist, and of course Jeff Woods' parents. Randall from Monsters, Inc. I don't think I can do that. He was Steve Buscemi, right? Steve Buscemi will always have my respect, because he was a New York firefighter who went back for 9/11. Randy Hayden was the son of a wealthy hedge fund guru and majority partner in one of Louisiana's largest investment firms. Before the infamous Jeff the Killer murders, Randy was known around Mandeville as a promising legacy. Seemingly well liked by his peers, respected by his teachers, and admired for the volunteer work he participated in throughout the small town, no one expected this young man with his entire life ahead of him to become associated with bullying, corruption, and perjury. The scout from TF2. Because Randy is a big meanie head. He bullied her precious husbando, Jeff the Killer. However, in 2015, Jeff Woods and his family moved from New Orleans. Oh my god, this is just a recount of the original fucking story. In 2015, Jeff and his brother Lou went and encountered Randy Hayden along with his friends, blah, 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 blah. We know all this. We know all this. This is so bullshit. This is just a recap of the first fucking story. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, for fucking. Do the scout. I gotta like get into my scout voice. Like, I know the voice actor. Like his lead-in line for doing the scout voice, like Glass, Glass. Who gives a shit about Glass? I don't know why. It's just like for my Joe Swanson voice, I have to say, "Hey Peter." For my John F. Kennedy voice, I have to say like chowder. I would like to buy some clam chowder for supper. I want a party platter. Ugh. His plane was flaring, shot in the face. We know that. After the merge began to accelerate, Maxwell Hayden and his family. We know that. We know this. Interview responses with the parents of Troy Lockett and Keith Davidson changed drastically after their cover-ups were exposed. After the death of Jeff's parents, but before the murder of Donald Williamson, the parents of Troy and Keith described Randy Hayden as a friendly, helpful, and promising young man who was always there for his friends. After Maxwell Hayden and his family left Mandeville, though, their opinions changed. As more facts came to light, the same parents described Randy Hayden as a manipulative bully who used his father's money and influence to lord over his friends. It's like, yeah, we baited Randy to have nuance, but it turns out he was just a cunt. The John F. Kennedy voice? Thank you. That's one I'm actually decently proud of. Is that my little girl? Is that my little baby girl? Four years have passed and Jeff the Killer stalked the streets of the sleepy town. For most, life has returned to normal. However, for Randy Hayden, life recently has become based on a difficult decision to remain hidden from society, living under a government-issued identity, or to step forward into the light and face the harsh criticism of those like Alexis Perry. The citizens of Mandeville once praised him for being an intelligent heir to his father's kingdom. Look, Simba, everything the light touches is our kingdom. Lou Woods described him as a spoiled bully who couldn't accept losing a simple fight. Alexis Perry believes him to be a symbol of privilege and wealth of able to circumvent the law. But who is the real Randy Hayden? Who has the 16-year-old ringleader of his friends grown into over the last 4 years? Tonight we sit down with Randy himself. He has voluntarily removed himself from witness protection and wants to tell his story. Thank you for joining me tonight. I realize that this must have been a difficult decision for you.
Oh yeah, brother. It certainly wouldn't get my lawyer's advice, that's for sure. But I figured the secret is out, so why keep trying to hide?
You know what, fuck it. I'm just gonna do JFK for Randy. There's no way I can do Randy Savage. So, who was the real Randy Hayden back in 2015? Were you a manipulative bully, as so many have painted you to be? Were you the young blue chipper with the boundless future, or were you the young community active role model? I never saw myself as any of those things, honestly. On paper, I had the perfect life. I feel ridiculous even trying to complain about it. There were problems, of course, but compared to what other people have had to deal with, I had it all. My own JFK voice is making me laugh. That's how you know I'm desperate for anything entertaining. So what complicated that? How did you fall into this conspiracy of lies and corruption? There was always a constant pressure on me, especially as I got older. My father was obsessed with molding me into this, I don't know, mascot. I had to be the best at everything I did. Grades, athletics, anything. I had to be the best. And if you failed, my parents would shun me for a while. If I came in second place in a school contest or a sporting event, I'd be ignored for a few days. How so? They wouldn't speak to me. If I tried to ask a question during a meal, my father would actually look around and ask something like, Bridget, did you hear something? I think my mother felt bad. She'd make this face, like regret. She went along with it though. So anytime I tried anything, I had to force myself to succeed. I was more afraid of being ignored than I was afraid of being hit or grounded or whatever. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, it says the stream is still up on my end. Are we okay? My internet's being dog shit again. I don't know why it's doing this. Hang on. My internet's being dog shit again. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. Oh, I can go back to talking like JFK! It sounds to me like you could almost draw a parallel to the way your parents treated you to the way Jeff Woods described his own family life. I've come to realize that more and more over the years. I wish I hadn't been so damn stupid back then. Yeah, I know it gets like that after it cuts out and cuts back in. You've mentioned in the pre-interview that your father would force many questionable actions upon you. Would you care to expand on that? It is going to sound stupid, and most of my friends back then were actually jealous. When I was 14, my father hired a prostitute for... Excuse the fuck out of me? Excuse the fuck out of me? What? Prostitute? The story got interesting! What? He hired a prostitute to SS his son. What the fuck is going on with this fucking story? Oh. Okay. Fucking atom bomb just got dropped on this entire story. Oh my god. That is the stupidest fucking thing. Oh, okay. We're back. Now, just to clarify the obvious, not just for the audience in universe watching this news program, but for the audience in real life. Why the fuck? He told me that I needed to get sex out of the way so that I could focus on my grades and activities. He called some escort service, spent a ton of money. Apparently, he paid to have a full battery test done to ensure that she was clean. Then, about a day after my 4th, he called her over. Would you describe the event? If there's something you don't wish to include, or if you start to feel uncomfortable, feel free to stop answering the... Are you winning, son? You just buy your kid a fucking hooker and not gonna do... Are you winning, son? Oh, this story is fucking killing me. Okay. Okay. No, I've made peace. I remember that day. My mom and dad and I were sitting in the living room together. My mother... Hang on. Time out. Oh, it was so worth it to get to this part. It wasn't, but hey. My mother kept looking at her watch. Then, for no reason I was aware of, she suddenly announced that she had to go out for a bit. I remember her looking at my dad and asking something like, "So, an hour?" My dad nodded, then said, "Better make it 2, just in case he gets nervous." She gave that same sad little frown, like when she'd ignore me. She asked him, "Are you sure about this, Max?" My dad gave her this annoyed wave, like shooing her out of the house. I guess he was sure. This is so fucking retarded. What what a direction, by the way, for this Jeff the Killer horror sequel to take. Motherfucker hires a prostitute to commit statutory rape with his own son. What the fuck? What happened next? The woman arrived. She was attractive. Oh, I remember that. Some nice big cans, if you know what I mean. Oh, I remember feeling really shy, like I wanted to excuse myself from the room. I didn't know who she was, but I figured that she was there to see my father. I didn't want to risk saying anything stupid, so I was preparing to go upstairs to my room. She was discussing something quietly with my father anyway, so I didn't feel like I needed to be down there. When I stood up to leave, oh, my dad told me to wait up. Yeah, it's something. Oh, also, Bowie's back. Look who came back after his little nap. Did my laughing and screaming wake you up? I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, Bowie. Aw, but he's happy. What does any of this have to do with anything? Brilliant question. 20 bucks? The prostitute is one of Jeff's killers, and she becomes Jane. What did he say to you? He told me her name was Cherry, and that she was going to give me the rest of my birthday presents. He said that he knew what was on my mind, thinking about girls and all. He said that if I just got over with, I'd be able to focus on the things that mattered. I asked him what he meant, and he just said flatly, sex. Did you want to have sex with Cherry? Not really, no. It was like watching my dad's cigarette. I was always curious as to what it was like, but whenever I had the chance to grab one and light it up, I always hesitated. Sure, I found Cherry attractive, but I was not prepared for sex. Did you tell him that? Not directly. No. At first, I thought it had to be one big joke. Then my dad started giving me specific instructions. Oh god, he's coaching his kid on how to fuck a hooker! This is so fucked up! Ugh. Oh, this is awful. This isn't even bad in like a horror story way where it's like, ew, gross, that's really horrible. I can't imagine that's happening. This is like this is just gross. Why would you write this? Like if this ends up having nothing to do with the rest of the story, then like mm, maybe there's I don't know. This Banning fella. It was so surreal. I mean, how the hell do you react to something like that? What happened? My father broke it down, as he liked to say, Barney style. Like the purple dinosaur. He told me that I was going to have to take Cherry up to my bedroom, that she would guide me through everything. He told me that she had protection in a purse. I was freaking out a little. I mean, me and my friends would always talk big, bragging or even lying about our experience with women. But now that I was actually face to face with it, I really just wanted her to go away. Barney style. Okay. Okay. If and when the day comes when I give my kids, like, the talk, the sex talk, purple dinosaur ever comes up in the conversation once, take my kids away from me. Get them out the door. How do you do it Barney style? Well, you see, kids, the theory goes, because most like penises, they tend not to fossilize. The theory goes that most dinosaurs had a retractable and prehensile penis. So Randy, what you're really going to do? Can't even finish. Oh God, he wants his son to be a scaly. It's like, listen, your persona is gonna be Barney the purple dinosaur, and you're gonna fucking like it. Oh God. Okay. Oh, I must have given my dad a look. Something that set him off. Maybe it was the hesitation, or maybe he was expecting me to be happy about the whole thing. But he got angry really fast. He pulled me into the den. I remember he was gripping my arm like a clamp. I find bruises there later. He got right in my face and told me that I should be grateful for this. That while other kids were sneaking Playboy magazines into their bedroom, that I'd be a man. He said, "You want to be a fucking man, Randy, don't you? Don't you want to be a man? Or are you a little faggot or something? Do you even like girls, Randy?" Oh, I told him, yes, I liked girls. And he let go of my arm and told me to go and prove it then. He told me that he spent a lot of money to arrange this visit, and that I'd better not waste his money. Okay, look. This author has a penchant, one might say, for going into explicit detail where none is required. If we get an underage sex scene in this creepypasta, I don't even know what to say. I really don't. Was the woman, Sherry, aware that you were a minor? I'm sure she was, but my father was probably throwing a lot of money at her. Plus, he would have been in a lot of trouble too, so I'm sure he took care of any potential issues. So we walk upstairs to my bedroom. My dad waited downstairs. Once we got out there, I guess Cherry could tell I didn't want to go along with this. It was embarrassing, like I said before. It's statutory, I say mandatory. This should have been a dream come true. She turned some music on and told me that we could just hang out, that she wouldn't do anything that I didn't want to. She said that she would lie to my dad, tell him that the job was done. Okay. What did you decide to do? We sat on my bed and talked for almost an hour. She told me that she never felt right about the job, but for what my dad was offering to pay, she was willing to do it. She told me that she was ashamed. I told her that I was too. I told her that I was probably passing up the chance of a lifetime. I felt pathetic. She actually hugged me and told me not to worry about it. That someone's first time shouldn't be with a paid call girl. She said it never meant as much. Then we just sort of talked about other stuff, life in general. I guess in a line of work, she hears a lot of guys' problems. I told her about my dad always demanding I win at everything. I told her about how most of the people that were my friends were just pretending because of my family's money. We Kennedys, we are extremely rich, and nothing bad ever happens to us. I told her I was lonely a lot of the time, that I was jealous of other families that loved each other because that's what you're supposed to do. It sounds like what you needed was just a good listener back then. Yeah, I completely fucking forgot that this is like a cop story. We're following a couple of cops. Yeah, I think so. But then, I don't know if I said something that upset her or whatever, but she suddenly got angry. Maybe I complained one too many times about the plight of being wealthy. I just remember that she grabbed my shoulders and really locked eyes with me. She told me that there were millions of people in America that would kill to have my life. She told me I was complaining about things that didn't matter in the long run. She told me about her childhood, growing up sleeping at homeless shelters, watching her mother get beat up by getting different drunk boyfriends and having to watch her mother practically beg for a little head of blah, blah, blah. I get it. Been there, done there. Been there, done that, done hooker lady. She told me that in a few years, I'd leave my father's house and never have to deal with him again. So I should just enjoy the comforts that I have and then leave as soon as I could. She told me to just fake it. Fake being happy. Fake that I wanted to do all the things my father wanted. The sports, the debate team, the student body government, all of it. She said just fake it until you make it, Randy. She told me just play the role for what it was worth. Be a snob. Spend my dad's money. Be whatever it took to make it through the day I could move out of this house. Was that advice valuable? Well, I took it. Just like that, I stopped trying to care. Jerry and I walked downstairs and I gave my dad this big stupid thumbs up. I put on this stupid cocky little smile and was amazed that for one of the first times in my life, my father seemed really happy about something I did. Okay, thank God. No underage sex scene. We're good. We're good. From that day, until the incident with Jeff Woods, I just kept wearing that stupid smile. Whenever I'd feel guilty about something, I just ignored it in fake pride or arrogance or whatever emotion fit the moment. Things got a lot better at home that year. I played on the company softball team, brought home trophies that I didn't care about. My friends became nothing more than commodities. I was the leader, and they followed. When I walked past an old lady, I'd say good morning. I held the door open for people at the grocery store. I manipulated people, bought friendships, and dropped the ones I didn't want anymore. Crazy to think, but that woman Cherry was probably the first honest person I'd met in my entire life. God, this is fucking long. Tell me about the first time you and your friends encountered Jeff and Lou Woods. Why did you choose to antagonize them by tampering with the bikes? Let me guess. Another recap. The time moved to Manville. I was embracing Cherry's Vegas how the fullest. I hated myself. Don't get me wrong, but I finally could fake it. I presented it just in life. Either way, we knew someone had moved to the house Jeff's on Fairmont. It was a nice neighborhood, and me and Keith and Troy would usually ride our bikes and walk down to the village shopping center. Much to do manageable if you didn't have access to a car, so the village was sort of place to hang out. And it keeps going in and out of the fucking italics, and I'm just done pointing that out. 3 proofreaders. So we saw Jeff and Lou coming out of that house that morning and jump on their bikes. By the time we got to the village, we saw their bikes leaning on the wall next to the video store that was there. It shut down shortly after the incident from what I've heard. Recaps until the end of the chapter. Are you fucking kidding me? This autobiography of JFK has really opened your opens. I think we all need to take a fucking break. Okay. I'm just gonna mark that up there, see how much is left. Oh my god, we're almost done! I mean, there's still a lot, but Jesus Christ, we're so much closer than I thought we were. I guess the hooker thing really brought us closer. Time flies when you're fucking a hooker at 14. So it started with one of us, maybe Troy, maybe me, just looking at their bikes. Someone in my group commented that the bikes looked old and cheap. I don't know. Then one of us kicked open the bikes. Kicked one of the bikes. We thought it was funny, so we kicked it again. This time, it fell over, causing the other bike to fall with it. We laughed so hard at that, I don't know why, but this meanness just came over me. Fuck you. Someone said it earlier. This really is just recontextualizing everything about Randy. It's just like, hey, that nuance we faked tricked ya. It was real. It was real nuance. He just lost it for literally no reason. Fuck you, author. I want to die. We're almost done with chapter 4. We choose to kick over the bikes, not because it is easy, but because it is hard. I had no reason to mess with a stranger's bike. I knew it was wrong. I knew I'd be mad if someone did it to me. All the moral platitudes, but still, I was enjoying it. Keith and Troy were too, so I decided to up the ante. I picked up one of the bikes and started to ride it. Ah! Keith followed suit. We were trying to damage them, I guess. We'd pedal really fast and then jump off the bikes, letting them crash. I knew it was wrong, but I just kept going anyway. Eventually, Jeff and Lou Woods come out of the store and confronted us. Fuck you. Fuck you. You had 3 proofreaders. Fuck you. There was a fight. I didn't really want to fight Jeff. I mean, when you're the leader, you can't risk losing a fight in front of your friends, so I provoked Keith and Troy into fighting them. So, when Donald Williamson wrote in his official report that witnesses saw Jeff and Lou take the first swing at you, that was false? It's not an open top bike. That's stupid. Can't believe I fucking laughed at that. I didn't even get that at first. I didn't get that until like the second I finished reading that sentence. Williamson was in my dad's pocket for a long time. He was very small, almost like an elf creature, one might say. Oh, I'm not sure if my father was just bribing him outright with cash, or if he had some information on Williamson. But Jeff and Lou never had a chance at a fair deal that day. My only witness was the video store clerk, and he didn't even talk to her. When he arrived, Jeff and Lou were gone, but I'd stuck around with Keith and Troy. When Williamson got out of his cruiser, the clerk came to talk to him, but he just waved her off. Come on, we're almost done. Come on. Okay. We're getting there. We told him what happened. Not all of it, obviously. We did try to make it sound like Jeff started it. We admitted to messing with the bikes. And Troy, maybe trying to sound tough, said he took a swing at Lou. Williamson eventually just put his hand up and told us to listen. He said something like, okay, so you boys are just trying to find out who owned those bikes, right? Because they were just left out in the street, right? And when you tried to return them to the rightful owners, these kids accused you of trying to steal them and attacked you. Is that right? At this point, all I can ask is, why weren't you at elf practice? At work, because I was working for Christmas season last year. I work at like the Arctic area at SeaWorld. And for Christmas, it gets fucking decorated up with like Rudolph stuff from the Rankin Bass special. So I'm quite familiar with your boy Rudolph. Like they even have like they got all kinds of Rudolph shit. I don't know why. Like Rankin Bass has this deal with SeaWorld, but hey, fucking what who can you do? We don't even have like reindeer or anything. The zoo has reindeer. Again, reindeer in San Diego, like they do okay apparently because they're not, dead, but hey, if polar bears live here. Any excuse to talk about something else besides this fucking story. Like, speaking of the Rankin Bass Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer special, going to bed. Trust me, you're not going to miss anything. Thanks for coming in the first place. Where the fuck was I? We were a little confused, so he just repeated it again, much like this story repeats everything that has ever happened in this universe. This time stomping his foot at what he considered the important parts. We figured out that a foot stomp meant that was the part to make sure we remembered. He then gave us a treat because we are animals and need to be trained that way. We told him the kids that attacked us live in that recently sold off house on Fairmont, and he knew exactly where to go. I guess he called my dad after we all left and told him it was all taken care of, because when I got home that day, my father already knew the story, or at least the false version that Williamson cooked up. Hello, I'm doing just fine. Were you and your friends upset over this? Is that what led to the incident at your house with the flare gun? Honestly, I didn't care. I mean, Jeff beat up Keith and Troy. Never really touched me on that first encounter. But my dad wanted me to be mad, I think. He told me that I let some new kids from the ghetto make me look weak. He asked me what was the point of taking martial arts and having a gym membership if I was just gonna get run over by some kid from the gutter. So I faked being mad. I faked caring about some stupid macho image. Just like my entire character was a front. Teehee, I tricked you. I was lying the entire time. Even when things got really fucking serious. It was just a goof. Even when I had the opportunity to not be evil, I was still just like, yeah. Yeah, let's be evil. Did you set up the attack in your garage? Did you convince your mother that you want to make friends with Jeff Woods when we come over? No, that was just dumb luck. His mother was trying to fit in, and I'm sure the fact that my dad was a husband's boss had created a lot of problems in their home. I think Jeff's mom just wanted to try and smooth things out. It's like everyone's always also making these sort of assumptions that just so happen to align perfectly with what is actually the character's motivations in the story. Even though they have no way of knowing this, it's just like, I just assumed it. Not really based on context clues or anything, it's just sort of like, whatever. So she called my mom and they talked and eventually set a day for us all to get together. So Jeff comes over and we hang out, play video games, and make conversation. Turns out that we had very similar dads. I let the fake advice go for a while and actually started to remember what it felt like to just hang out with someone and not have to pretend to be someone I'm not. I feel like this pasta is already like The Last Jedi because I wanted to stop doing this about 3 hours ago. I actually found out ahead of time that our mothers were planning to go out. My mom told me that she was going to show Jeff's mom around town a little bit. I suppose you could say it was at that moment that the real and the rich started to argue with each other. Who are real and rich? Randy Real and Randy Rich. Those were the nicknames I created for when I was faking life and when I was just being myself. Real would have been happy to hang out with Jeff that day, playing video games and whatever. Rich, however, started to think about how my father reacted on the day of the fight in the parking lot. How he told me to handle my business and not be a weak leader. Yeah, he's just a schizo. This is such dog shit motivations. It's like I was worried about what my dad would think if I didn't shoot this kid. I'm so done. Like this whole bullshit, it's not working. It's not. It's really not. I don't feel anything for Randy. Because I already feel manipulated by the fucking first story, where they baited his nuance. And now they're just basically doing the same thing again, except they're giving him an out. So like, oh, I get to be evil whenever I want because my dad is mean. And sometimes it's just like, oh, the mean me has developed his own personality or whatever. Like, fuck off. So you're saying that you arranged the attack with the flare gun to appease your father? Yes. I started thinking only in shades of victory, if that makes sense. I asked not what the flare gun could do for me, but what I could do for my father. I figured if we put a little fear into Jeff, made him regret the incident at the video store, that I'd be able to report my dad, and I'd taken care of things. I wanted him to be proud of me again, the way he was the day Cherry came over. Not just proud of me for making good grades or something, but proud of me for being a man. I realize now how stupid all that is. Yes. Yes, the plot of Jeff the Killer 2015 is stupid. Good job. But when you're 16 and trying to decide if you should be real or rich every day, oh, I guess stupid choices are bound to happen. Or, you know, when you're an author who can't fucking write. Was it at that? I'm so used to being JFK. Was it at that point that you called Keith Jacobson and Troy Lockett and told them the plan? Yeah. Oh, I told them that our parents were leaving soon, and they should come over if they wanted to get back at Jeff Woods with the fight. They were all for it, of course. So you had him outnumbered. Why even introduce the flare gun? Seems as though it was overkill. Well, you see, I needed to disfigure his face so that it would work for all the fan art you see. Otherwise, you can't really call it a Jeff the Killer story, now can you? There was the idea. My father always told me that getting even wasn't as good as getting ahead. While on the surface, he might give the traditional revenge is wrong type speech, just like The Last of Us 2, depending on who was around. My dad always found a way to pull me aside later and correct himself. He was a firm believer in putting things back into balance, and to my father, being 1 point ahead of everyone else was his idea of balance. I figured that the flare gun would be that perfect 1 point lead. It was so stupid, I know, but that was Rich Randy for you, full of bad ideas. I kind of want to be used to being JFK and that I want to be dead. I want my brain spilled over the back of a convertible. Did you have any intent whatsoever to shoot him with it? Jesus, no. The idea of a bunch of suburban kids shooting at someone over a fight. That's a work of fiction if there ever was one. Fuck you. Fuck you, author. Stop trying to recontextualize this bullshit. It wasn't me. It was my alter ego, Randy Rich. You can tell because he has a mustache. It's very curly. No, I just wanted to let Keith and Troy get their hits in. Knock them around a little, that's all. That didn't happen though, did it? No. Oh, I've listened to Monica Davenport's Jeff tapes. If I'd have known how much that kid was dangling on the edge, we'd have left him alone. An intentional dig at the original story. I guess. I. I'd. I'd feel better about that dig if the original story wasn't so much better than this. By leaps and fucking bounds. I'd rather read the original twice in a row. 3 times. I don't fucking care. Yeah, if we'd known that Jeff the Killer was some like pumped up kicks kid, we would have steered clear of him. Don't want to cause another Columbine. Except Jeff, obviously isn't as effective as the Columbine kids because his weapon of choice is a fucking steak knife. Oh yeah, licks. That's what he said. Get your licks in. All right, boys, you're gonna get your licks in here, see? Yeah. You're gonna lick him up nice and good. Lick him all over his penis and his balls. It's like, boss, what the fuck are you talking about? Listen, I have a very fucked up sense of sexuality. My father gave me a prostitute when I was 14. Now, one of the big pieces of controversy was your story. You reported that Jeff Woods shot himself in the face while playing around with the flare gun. However, the audio recordings released by Davenport told a different story. All the corruption that was exposed about your family and their ties to the powers that be in Mandeville also told a different story. What really happened that day? Oh, apparently Randy is also taking a deep breath. I shot Jeffrey Woods in the face. It was an accident. I dropped the flare gun and it discharged. So why did you lie? Williamson cooked up the entire story. From the moment he arrived on scene, he pulled me and Keith and Troy into our living room. By then, both my mom and Jeff's were back. They were hysterical. The EMTs were doing their thing and no one was paying attention to us. Williamson took us into the other room and handled it just like the fight in the parking lot. How so? Fed us our lines, just like in a play. He asked us how much we'd already told the EMTs, or the parents, which honestly hadn't been much. He asked me what happened, and I told him the truth, that I dropped the gun and it shot Jeff. Williamson explained to me that I could be charged with aggravated battery, that it was a felony and I could spend the rest of my youth in a juvenile detention center. He told Keith and Troy that they would be tried as accessories and essentially face the same punishment. He said that my father could be held responsible as well, since it was his flare gun and it wasn't properly locked away. Yes, it was just the fucking interview. By then, me and my friends were in tears. All that tough guy garbage, and yet we were crying like babies. I could practically feel my father's shame. Williamson wasn't done there either. He went on to tell us about how my family could be sued in civil court for this as well. How we could all be on the street before my first criminal court date even showed up. I realized exactly what he had done. He had set a trap to ensure we'd go along with the alibi that he prepared. So Williamson told you to lie, to say that Jeff Woods shot himself with the flare gun. Told us. He wrote the whole thing, and just showed us where to sign. He had to go to court only once, about an inquest hearing to determine if the incident was accidental or not. Everyone from the judge to the distract attorney? Are you fucking kidding me? One last one for the road. 3 proofreaders. Fuck you. Everyone from the judge to the distract attorney was likely bribed. We showed up in our little suits and ties at 9 a.m. and were home in time for lunch. No further investigation will be conducted as to the cause of Jeff's injury. Thank fucking God! 4 chapters done. 4 chapters done. Oh my God. That was painful. But we're halfway done. We're halfway fucking done. And there's still no Jeff. He hasn't even shown up. He's gonna be like Luke Skywalker at the end of The Force Awakens. He's just gonna turn around and then the camera's like spins around them. And then we cut to credits. Like Jane the Killer will be handing him his knife. And then in the Jane the Killer sequel that's sure to follow this, he's just gonna like hold it in his hands and throw it over his shoulder. Jane the Killer will be like, what is going on? And it fits because Jane the Killer is a complete fucking Mary Sue, just like Ray is. Oh. So that was fun. I think we all had a pretty good time. We're halfway there. Whoa. Living on a prayer. I feel like an anchor just fell off my back. So what did you guys think of half of Jeff the Killer Scars of Corruption? I thought it's pretty good. That's pretty good. I've got to know how fucking long I've been streaming for. We started with like 40 viewers. I'm going to guess most of that was like most of the losses we've had are from like just the issues with the stream. I started this stream at 6 o'clock. It's now 10:30. I've been reading this for 4.5 hours. Jesus Christ. This is without question one of the most painful things I have ever read in my life. I hope the author sees this video. Like an actual reaction to a human being with brain cells to rub together reading his story. I hope he reads this. I hope he sees this. Oh my god. Okay. So, 4 hours in, what have we learned? What has happened? Is it the same two things? Someone broke into a random people's house. Cops showed up and they got like mogged on the street by some weirdos in a pickup truck. And now they have a box. So it's like, ooh, it's three things. Ooh. I can't even think of reading the rest of this. Oh, I don't even have a stream end screen. Oops. Oh well. SS bait happened. Yeah. That's the only other interesting thing that happened. Okay. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. Thank you for all the super chats. That's been really nice of you guys. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's life. That'll probably get my fucking video copyright struck. Is there a cover I can use? That's life instrumental cover. An original piano arrangement. Let me see how this goes. That's good. Yeah. And everyone, always remember, that's life.